Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful souls. Welcome to your reading, and today we are going to be diving into a couple of pretty important questions when it comes to the topic of discussion today, when it comes to this pick a card reading. So we're going to be diving into the exact choice that's in front of you, and specifically which choice is most aligned for the desired future that you're seeking to gain right now in your life. So to do that, we're going to be diving into the first choice and the second choice because it seems like when I was getting all the significator cards out for each of the individual piles that you were able to see on the thumbnail before you even, or what led you to clicking on this video, you're gonna notice when I set up the significator cards, I always look at the back of the deck energy for the collective energy in its entirety for all three piles. For today's significator card selection, I ended up going with my Malefique Lenormand deck. So these are the imageries that we received for pile number 1, pile number 2, and pile number 3. But the most intriguing thing out of all of it, the back of the deck, guys, after I received all of the significator cards for each of your piles, for everyone, regardless of where you end up going, we received crossroads with the number 22 being the back of the deck energy for all three piles. And this is actually emphasizing that you are exactly where you are meant to be, regardless of where this reading or this video leads you to today. The reason why I say that, I'm looking up and I see the number 13 and I feel like it's standing out for a reason on my camera. There is a big transformation going on in your life. Regardless of when you're watching this, you are in a transformative period right now. And the fact that we have the crossroads with the Queen of Diamonds, the number 22, showing up here, there is a desire for stability inside yourself and in your outer world. We are going to dive into this exact choice that is in front of you today, what the decision energy is that's kind of lingering in the air. We're going to explore choice A, and we're also going to explore choice B, and we're going to see exactly what's driving those choices, what the future of each of those choices create for you, my beautiful soul. And then we're also going to be receiving your higher self's guidance regarding everything we're seeing here. So maybe the messages that come through might help you be able to make that decision even further, to gain even further clarity. Maybe it's going to reveal some inner truths that are hard for you to look at on your own and your higher self wants to come through to share. And then lastly, we're going to be looking at a grounded step forward that you can take to integrate everything you heard in this reading so that you can make the best decision or step to take for yourself. Because at the end of the day, I want you guys to understand something. With these types of readings, they are not meant to be lighthearted and they are not meant to be whimsical and silly and playful and fun. Okay? No. All the readings that I do on my channel are all meant to help you grow, look at some brutal truths, look at things in the closet of you that are probably things that you wouldn't have wanted to explore without someone else calling it out for you. And lastly, I do try my very best in all of my readings to make this as trauma-informed as possible. Okay, as a facilitator for deep healing, I feel like it is my responsibility to be able to hold space for you guys in that way. But at the same time, I really want to make it clear before we start moving forward. I cannot emphasize this enough. Please feel free to give me feedback when you move through your reading, okay? Share with me the insights you gain because I cannot continue to learn and become and evolve, be a better reader for you guys through this platform if you guys don't share with me your insights on it, okay? So just please feel free to do that. That's why the comment section below the videos are always there and available to you at all times. If you still need a moment to select the card that you feel most drawn towards right now, I do invite you to take a moment to ground and center yourself by taking a nice inhale through your nose, allowing the belly to rise, and nice exhale out the mouth, letting the shoulders melt down towards the ground, kind of letting gravity do its thing, and continuing to breathe in through your nose again, holding at the top, And then exhaling with an HA sound out the mouth. Focusing on sending your awareness and presence to any areas of the body that might be meeting contact with Mama Earth. And then just inhaling just like that for one more time. Maybe mentally scanning your body now in preparation, asking yourself, where is my center for today? And then exhaling all that air out. Finding your center and go back to your own breathing pace. Once you feel like you have found your center for today, whether it be your third eye, your belly, your heart center, wherever that may be for you, I invite you to select and ask yourself, your inner world at this moment, which pile are you feeling most drawn towards today? In reference to helping you see the choices that are in front of you so you can select the choice that aligns you with your most desired future. You could pause this video if you need more time, and if not, I will meet you at your chosen pile. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number ones. If this is the card that allowed you in selecting your pile, the beautiful heart card, the number 24 at the bottom, then you already know that this is your reading. And today we have a lot of interesting setups for you guys when it comes to how we're going to be diving into this topic, okay? So before we even start there, let us take a look and kind of unravel the meaning of your card here that allowed you to select in this pile. Maybe the significator card can help us and aid us in being able to better understand what we're about to be diving into today, or kind of give us a little bit of a theme on what could be going on in terms of what this choice is in front of you, what this decision energy is. So I already flipped to the page for number 24. And we have the heart here with the term lover, sympathy, friendship / solving the conflicts. And that is kind of intriguing to me because for some reason, when I'm thinking of the number 24 on your side, pile number 1, then we also have the heart over here again. This is giving me the energy of 2 and 4 adding to 6, but then also 12 times 2 equaling 24. So for some reason, I'm picturing or envisioning the energy and the importance of the numbers of 6 and 12. It's very likely that this choice is something that, like, both pathways, both options are heart-led. And it's weird, you know, like most of the time when, at least I don't know about you, but for me, like experience from past experiences doing, watching pick a card readings for myself, whenever I've gotten a reading done on like choice or things like that, usually it's like the head and the heart, or sometimes, most of the time it's like that, you know what I mean? For this one, it feels like these two options you have before you in terms of how you can do things or the route you can take things with this choice, it's both emotionally based or inclined, or like there's some bittersweetness to the both of them. It doesn't feel like either or is like a happily ever after energy. Like I'm not picturing any rainbows and butterflies. It just feels like which is the most, like I'm hearing what can you tolerate? What is tolerable? And I don't even know what that means, because then my ego kind of tries to come in when I hear that message come through, like what is even, like what can you tolerate? And it wants to say, okay, like what does that mean? Because sometimes tolerate, like what you could tolerate is there's so many different like facets we can dive into, but okay. I'm gonna let the messages that come through organically the way that source wants me to channel them for you. I always freaking forget this in the introduction, but please make sure that you are taking notes. My readings tend to be very long, very detailed, and I take my time with them because I really do everything in my power to really deliver every single possible thing that's coming through, okay? All the downloads, I just let it rip, okay? And with that as well, I do try to use and have utmost respect when I do these readings, so I do take my time because I feel like with rushing, that is ego-based, and that is not the way Source wants me to deliver the messages, okay? So with that being said, make sure that you feel like you are in a safe space to hear these messages come through. I do recommend that you listen to these on your own. Make sure that you have headphones or something where you're in a space where you are the only person that can hear these things, because I feel like this is going to be a very personal reading for you guys today when it comes to this choice that's coming through. And what's very interesting, your candle went out. So give me 1 second to light it back up. It kind of feels as if I am like trying to set up your candle now, and energetically, like there's this feeling of hesitancy coming through, like, and now I get why I was picturing the energy of like what is tolerable for you, because it just kind of feels like, like what's gonna make you cringe the least amount, or what are you able to just, what's acceptable right now? What can you take on? I don't know. But let us place your significator card over here and let us start getting the other cards out to really understand what this choice is in front of you. Like, what is the decision energy revolved around? Because yes, we have the heart, but let us get some more cards out. So we're going to be using my Prism Oracle deck, my archetype deck, along with my this is called the Learning Tarot deck. And we're just going to see the energies that are going to come through to kind of give us a little bit more of a theme revolving this choice energy. And then after that, we're going to be using my Oracle of the Radiant Sun booklet, and we are going to be pulling out a placement in this booklet for choice A and for choice B. And I have my little paper sliplets already written out to be like choice A and choice B. So we're going to be writing those down so we can have like the overall decision energy now, and then we're going to start diving into like split it up. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense, but that's how we're going to do things today. Okay, so before we do that part, let's start by getting these cards out for you first. So what is the choice in front of pile number 1? Okay, let me start that over because it doesn't feel like Source really let me ask the question. Okay. What's the choice in front of pile number 1 have to do with? Okay, see, thank you. I feel like that's definitely confirmation that this is for you because it just landed right up there. Back of the deck energy wants to come through. We have death. Wow. I don't know if you guys were here during the introduction portion. Was it you? Yes, the intro. I think I said death had to do with like this whole, like anyone regardless of the pile you guys are going to. So I like that there is a lot of emphasis on that for you guys in particular, like a transformative period you guys are in the middle of right now. What's under here? Anger. Okay. Emotions. All right. What's the choice in front of pile number 1 have to do with? What's the choice in front of pile number 1 have to do with? Okay. Oddly enough, I wasn't expecting to get 2 archetypal cards, but we're rolling with it. I believe there are a big reason for it. I'll do it the way that it was set up. Okay. I'm going to take reversals for this part really quick. Let's see the cards that come out. What does the choice in front of pile number 1 have to do with? What is the decision energy around pile number 1's choices? What's the decision energy around pile number 1's choice? All right, so again, with back of the deck energy, wow, again, crossroad energy, but we have the Two of Swords coming up in reverse. With the words being indecision, delays, postponements, seeing the truth, lies being exposed. Postponements, okay, delay. Hesitancy. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, so this card came in reverse. All right. Interesting. Okay. So, let me reveal to you the cards we have. All right, to begin. So for the tarot we have received for you guys, the first card upright we have is the Lovers. I gotta cover that up. And it's ruled with the heart chakra. The number 6 is coming through again. This card is ruled by Gemini. And we also have the energy of Mercury here. Is this Mercury or am I having a brain fart? Someone correct me if I am incorrect, please. Because I suck at learning the symbols of the planets. Please tell me. Okay, so major changes, love, soulmates, kindred spirits, perfect union, partnerships, relationships, sexual connections, desire, shared values. Okay. And then you guys had the heart card to help you select this pile. So that's intriguing. And then the affirmation, sorry, I almost forgot, on the side says, my personal values system lead me to joy. My personal values system lead me to joy. Lovers. Aligned. An aligned decision. Next up, we have the Five of Cups in reverse. So when these cards come up in reverse, we unacknowledge, I don't think that's the right word, and I don't think that is a word, but we're going to pretend it is. We unacknowledge all the things upside down, okay? So we only read what is upright, which is moving forward, moving on, accepting help, healing, forgiveness, rejoining the world. Okay. And then lastly, we have two Gemini energies, even though this is in reverse technically. We have the Eight of Swords, with the keywords being escape, freedom, release, finding solutions, options, relief, taking control. All right. To put everything together, let us look at the rest. I'm very intrigued at the fact that you have two archetypal cards, so I do believe your choice A and choice B is already going to be kind of shadowed here in a way. With this being choice A, we have Father, light attributes, talent for creating and supporting life, positive guiding light within a tribal unit, shadow attributes, dictatorial control. I'm so sorry that took me so long. Abuse of authority. I like that brown color that they used for this card. Feels very, very grounding. Oh, the card that landed on top of the love card, let's keep that in, or the heart card that helps you select this pile, let's keep that in mind, is pain. Now I get why there's bittersweetness through both choices. And then lastly, for choice B, we have child nature, light attributes, friendships with animals, communication with nature spirits, shadow attribute, tendency to abuse animals, people, and the environment. I'm so intrigued now. That's why I was like, why did two archetype cards come out? Because I'm intrigued. Okay, so this choice that you have in front of you, the energy revolving this decision, because you have an A and a B, right? It seems to me, pile number 1, before we even start diverting or dividing these up into choice A and choice B, which I'm gonna leave the papers here just so I have them. Okay. It seems to me as if the choice that is in front of you right now has a lot to do with, like I said, the heart, right? We talked about this earlier before we even started looking and bringing all the cards out. But not only that, a hesitancy to accept, I'm hearing residual energy, residual, nostalgic, like, I don't know how to explain it. It feels like a ghost from the past keeps following you into the future. And it kind of like drains your energy a lot. This choice that you are being given right now, that's kind of deciding your future right now, is the choice to start to sort of like rip the band-aid off. Okay, this sounds so weird, but the image I'm getting in my head, right, is like you have a cut. And then after you get the cut or the scrape or whatever, you have to like wrap it up to like band-aid it or bandage it or whatever. And it's because you're trying to protect it from getting infected. Once a scab starts to form around it, I don't know why I'm hearing this. Like maybe you wash your hands a lot or something. And this is after time of letting it scab up under the Band-Aid. You have to let the wound kind of breathe. So maybe like the bandaging is like suffocating it now and it needs like fresh air. I don't know. That's what I'm picturing. Kind of like the thing that was protecting it was like serving you in a good way, but now it's like time to let that go because now it needs to breathe. Like this wound needs to breathe and or you need to breathe. Like there's this feeling of like suffocation that wants relief right now. And it is very internalized suffocation. This doesn't feel like it's physical. It feels like you're just in a very overwhelmed state and you're seeking some pressure release, relief from something. Like there's this energy of just wanting to choose you right now. But why do you feel so guilty about it? I'm trying to really like analyze these two archetypal energies. It doesn't feel like this choice, there's no such thing as a wrong choice in this situation, pile number one. It's just more on how long are you gonna, like, you're controlling the pace at which you overcome this bump in the road right now. I don't know if that makes sense in your life, based off of how long you let yourself take to choose right. And I know that I said there's no such thing as wrong choices, but I'm like hearing like you kind of already know what you want to do or what you should do in terms of choice. And for specifically your desired future. Like that's very clear. And the reason why I'm saying that's very clear, like you already probably know what I'm talking about, pile number one, is because the heart chakra card with the lovers, this is the only upright card we have with the tarot cards that came out. So you know that if you were to, honestly, I'm going to cut myself off, guys. I think this is where we're supposed to keep adding because Source is like, no. Let's keep like reading. Let's keep adding to this. So I'm going to now get my little maca, okay? And we are going to understand what specifically is the energy of choice A versus choice B to feed more into these archetypal energies, okay? Because I feel like something wanted to come through out of my mouth, right? Like I started a sentence and then I stopped midway because I was like, nothing wants to come through. Like I was like, there's no more information to be seen here or downloaded. So I'm feeling like there's something in the book. I don't know. Okay, let's see. I'm just going with what Source wants me to do in terms of pacing. Okay, so what is choice A in front of pile number one? What is, I have my eyes closed by the way, sorry. So what is choice A in front of pile number one? Okay, so the first card, the page that I landed on for choice A, my God, my words, guys, I'm so sorry. We have the number 5 being the 5th house with Venus in Leo with the keyword being affair, with Venus being the suit of love. Okay. So Venus is about love, Leo is about creative self-expression. So here is the image associated with the card, and we are going to read the description for the image. Two cherubs caress. They are adults acting as children. It is a scene of innocent and irresponsible love of life and pleasure. Above, stars and hearts fly like a fantasy fireworks show. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, let me just write that down. What's interesting to me, I read the description, right? And the reason why I kind of paused before I put the book down to write it down, the words and everything, I was hearing short-lived, short-term, short something. So let's keep that in the back of our minds. I might even put short in parentheses on this paper. So Venus in Leo, number 5 for 5th house. Keyword being affair. And then I did get the word short. So I'm going to write that down. Okay. For choice A, Venus in Leo. All right. Let us now get choice. I put something down. Now let us get choice B. Okay. What is choice B in front of pile number 1? What is choice B in front of pile number 1? Okay, we have Mars in Virgo with the keyword criticism in the 6th house, with Mars being the suit of action. Virgo's about perfection and service. Here's the card associated with this placement, and let us read the description. A blue eye stares fixedly at an arrangement of flowers in a simple basket. Above, a finger points accusingly at the necklace of a woman who has a hair braid made of wheat. Okay. Let me write this down. Okay, give me 1 second. Mars in Virgo, 6th house. 6 coming up a lot. And then the keyword being criticism. Okay. This is very interesting to me, pile number 1, because in all honesty, this just seems like, okay, I'm going to be so straightforward with you guys. Before I even pulled out these natal chart placements from the booklet just now, I kept analyzing before and I already jumped to something. But I was like, okay, was that my ego or was that source telling me, right? So then I did this part and I paused. But I already feel like I know which choice is the one that is soul aligned, and I know which choice is the one that's fear based. So it's very intriguing to me, these two paths, because I already felt it, and source wants you to figure it out, okay? So I am not even going to share it. I'm not going to say a word, but I think you know which one it is. And I'm going to describe now the placement so you kind of understand, maybe you'll be able to pick it up with me. Venus in Leo. Okay, I have a Venus in Leo. That is in my natal placement. Venus in Leo is very fun, okay? When they like you, and if you guys vibe well, energetically, if this is in a placement of someone's chart, this is someone who has a placement of someone who is like the life of the party, but it depends on their house placements, okay? For example, mine's in the 12th house, so my Leo being in the 12th house, I kind of hide my extravagance and I hide that dramatic thing energy that Leo tends to kind of show off to the world. I only show it to very, very, very close people in my life. And it also adds a sense of depth to it. The fact that there is obviously no house placements, and this is just about Venus and Leo in its own, I'm thinking about just the house that Leo rules over, which is the 5th house, right? And that makes sense why the key word here is affair. The 5th house is very fun. It's childlike in nature. It's naive. Think of you when you're like young and drunk in literal love. And it's like that high school love that you'll never be able to have again except that one time. And it's like the most romantic love, but the most toxic or maybe the most heartbreaking. Like, think of that, what that love was for you. That is what Venus and Leo is all about. There's drama. It feels like you're in a soap opera, you know? But there's intensity and there is romance here, and it is very powerful in its nature. It is very extravagant. But the fact that I heard the word short term, short lived, something short coming up, and I wrote it right there. It seems to me like there is some healing that needs to be done. And there is an avoidance with that. And there is a band-aid over that avoidant pain. Like, say this is your wound. It literally looks like a wound. I just realized that. This is the band-aid. Someone, you, maybe this choice, is like a band-aid over that wound. It feels like it's not fixing it. It feels like it is just kind of suffocating this wound a little bit, enough to kind of bottle it up for now. So it's something you got to deal with for later. Does that make sense? It's not taking care of the situation indefinitely. It's just for now. I'm hearing for now. With this other choice, now let's dive into Mars and Virgo. Mars and Virgo, with anyone who has a Mars and Virgo placement, again, it depends on the house placement that their Mars and Virgo is in. But specifically just looking at Mars and Virgo, Mars is the planet of passion, anger, aggression, which kind of makes sense because you have anger right underneath death. I don't know if you guys remember us looking into that. But it's also like what lights you up, like what makes your drive to go like take care of things, like what motivates you in life. It kind of shows you that. With this being in Virgo, it kind of shows to me that once you kind of are passionate or get lit up about the thing you love, you go all into the point where you want everything about that thing to be as perfect as possible. And you want to do everything in your power to take care of it. And I'm not saying you in general, not you, pile number one specifically, but I'm saying like whoever has Mars and Virgo. They are one of the most hardworking placements in my personal opinion, but they also can be the most debilitating in a way because of how hard they overthink about these things, how overly critical they are when they make a mistake. There's perfectionistic tendencies with this placement, and hence why the keyword criticism is here. But there is a huge but here. The criticism is because they care about it so deeply. And I do personally believe that is why Virgo is technically associated with yin, water-like energy. Well, when we talk about elements, it is an earth sign. But what I'm saying is like divine feminine, divine masculine, like this is a feminine sign. Leo is a masculine sign. The fact that Mars in Virgo and Venus is a feminine planet, Mars is a masculine planet. You get it? So, like I said, there is bittersweetness to both choices that you're in the midst of making a decision on. But there's, like I said, bitterness, but there's also sweetness to the both of them. With this choice B, it seems to me like this has to do with you wanting to take care of yourself right now and wanting to be of service to you, or you do what's best for the situation at hand. It feels like this is your higher self thinking kind of here. And this is more divinely guided. This is more heart aligned. And now I think this is where Source wants me to plug in the other thing that Source didn't want me to tell you earlier. You have the heart chakra here, and this archetype card happens to be the same color of the heart chakra. This is the only card that was upright. The Lover's card is about soulmate energy, twin flame energy, soul aligned, making a decision that changes your life in the craziest of ways, but making sure that the decision is aligned with your heart, and not only that, but just your intuition. This is protection. This is heart and soul aligned. And I think that's why Mars and Virgo had to come through here to add to this choice B, because choice B is just, that's the best decision. There's no second guessing it. There's just, delaying the decision to go out and do it. It doesn't feel like this is something that is either or. I'm feeling like choice B is eventually going to happen whether you want it to or not, to be honest with you, pile number one. It's just a matter of how long are you going to wait on it to happen. Like, you get to control the pacing of this unravelment in your life. So with that, let us now see what is driving each choice, because we did get an idea of it, but I feel like this is going to help us get even more information in terms of like the shadows or the lights, the inner light, the inner shadows that are happening between each of these choices. Because there's a reason why you were at a crossroads to begin with, right? All right, so let us do that. Now I'm just sliding the cards over. I'm also feeling as if you guys are in the middle of grieving something right now, and that's why it is hard. And the reason why that message is coming through is because I looked at the death card in the back of the deck energy, and it's kind of giving me this sense of grieving. And I'm hearing like rest in peace. Because that being in this feels like, in a way, like I said, there's bittersweet to both choices. But with choice A, you get to feel like you're resting in peace, at least for a little bit, because that's what the Band-Aid does. It's letting the wound rest in peace. Does that make sense? But, okay, I'm just trying to make space for the other cards. I'm about to pull to understand this choice. Okay, let me see. Do I want to keep these cards? I don't think I need to anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear up the Learning Tarot cards that we have here. All right. I'm going to move them to the side because what we are going to do now is begin bringing out the energies of both of these choices. So let me just make sure we keep choice A and choice B separate. And then we are going to leave the heart with the pain because the pain landed literally on top of heart when it flew out. And we're just going to put choice A cards here, choice B cards there, okay? Does that make sense, guys? Like I said, make sure you guys are taking notes. If nothing is straight enough, I am sorry, but I tried my best. Okay. What is driving choice A for pile number one? What is driving choice A? Okay. So what landed upright on this area, back of the deck? Legitimacy, right? But the word illegitimacy is the opposite of legitimacy, right? So it's fake. I'm just picturing the word fake, right? Let me make sure this is the right meaning, okay? Because I just want to make sure. But that, so the way I use these cards, whatever is upright, I look at. Does that make sense? So what landed upright was old age, death. Old age, death. So this has been going on for a long time. Maybe it feels like you're kind of being like called out on something that kind of feels like it's been a long time coming type of thing because this has been something you've kind of been battling with in your inner world for a while. I'm just pulling my phone out really quickly to see what illegitimacy means. What it mean? Just to make sure that my brain, like how I'm interpreting it, is correct. So, illegitimacy. Okay, it refers to the state of being not lawful, valid, or recognized by established rules or authority. So, okay. Historically, it's referred to a child born outside of marriage, often labeled as illegitimate, outdated, and stigmatizing in modern use, now considered inappropriate or offensive in many cultures. Oh my God. Okay. In short, it means not lawful, not recognized, not valid in a given system, whether legal, moral, or structural. Oh, that makes a lot of sense why illegitimacy is coming through here. Okay. And then death, old age. I will explain, guys. I will explain. But let me just put that out. So let's do choice A first. What's driving choice A for pile number one? What's driving choice A for pile number 1? Okay. We have thoughts and isolating. Yeah, you're isolating, all right, with this situation. Sorry if my camera won't focus, okay? And then for a soul journey lesson card, let's see. What's driving pile number 1 for choice A? What's driving choice A for pile number 1? Honesty. This is interesting. Okay, so we have received honesty for choice A. I can't always expect the truth from others, but I can expect it from myself. I can't always expect the truth from others, but I can expect it from myself. Okay. Okay, that's very interesting. All right. I need to see these cards. I was going to dive into this on its own, but it feels like these two go hand in hand with each other in a way. Remember I was saying like they're both heart-led? Does that make sense? Now I'm understanding why. There is something to do with, like, it's not the head and the heart now. At first it was kind of giving us that energy, but it feels like there's something heart-led here. And maybe that's why the delay is in place. Okay, give me a second. Let me shuffle these cards again. The decks again, my bad, for choice B now. And then we're going to look at these side by side. So what's driving choice B for pile number 1? What's driving choice B for pile number 1? Okay. 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 There's a couple things that are like standing out to me like this. I'm going to flip this over. Struggles with appearance. Prostitute. Okay, that's not me saying that to you. I'm just reading the back of the deck energy, okay? So there is a lot of intensity here with these energies. But not only that, we have an interesting energy here. We have, okay, the words that are standing out to me here is forced conversion. I don't know if you guys can see this in my camera. I'm sorry if you can't. I hope you can. We have forced conversion, guilty conscience, early Stone Age in the time frame, and adult male. Okay. And then we also have struggles with appearance. Well, forced conversion, Mars and Virgo. But that's so interesting because then we had illegitimacy, which is like going, like kind of doing something that isn't accepted by the masses. Okay. Let's continue. Let's get the yin yang oracle cards out and the soul journey lessons cards, because I feel like I said, it's like feeding into each other and it's giving us that yin and yang energy, because yin and yang, like the symbol, they are feeding into each other. So what is driving choice B for pile number 1? What is driving choice B for pile number 1? Okay. We have family, home, and commitment, but it did come up in reverse. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind. Wow. Okay. So there is a very specific thing coming through, and this is not going, I'm repeating this, this is not going to resonate with everybody, but I am hearing that for some of you, this choice does have to do with like your desire for like freedom and versus like doing what you know is like the right thing to do. Does that make sense? Like, it's like the right thing to do, but it's also like your heart doesn't want you to leave. I don't know how to explain it, but this might have to do with like you wanting to leave a marriage, just wanting to leave a relationship, wanting to stop being a parent, to go on like some personal hiatus, but you're like fighting that inner desire because you know that that's not the right thing to do. Does that make sense? Like, you feel like you're not an adequate enough parent, and so you want to go discover yourself. I don't know. Like, you feel like discovering yourself is going to help with that. That's choice A, choice B. But that's not going to resonate with everybody. I just felt like sharing it in case that pops up for anybody that is getting this message, okay? Next up, we also have trust and divine time, which also did land in reverse. And then for the soul journey, let's see. What's the back of the deck here? Twin flames. Wow. Okay. Take it if it resonates. Leave it if it doesn't, guys. My readings are usually around self-growth, so, you know, it's interesting that that came through, what I was sharing about the marriage stuff, but... Okay. Oops, I was sitting on I was reflecting. I didn't even ask the question. Okay. What is driving choice B for pile number 1? Allow the card to fall out. Thank you. Back of the deck is self-esteem. I possess gifts of the soul that benefit me and others. Oh. Surrender. I can release my need to control. Okay, my heart goes out to some of you guys here. Some of you guys might definitely be parents while listening to this. And you feel like you're not a good parent for some of you guys. But I just want to make that clear, like, you're doing the best you can. You can't be perfect at it. No one is. And if anyone acts like they are, it's because they haven't showed you all of who they are in the parental struggles. I'm trying to really sit here because this might not even be like you're a parent that have kids, but maybe it's like a project. Maybe it's a passion project. Maybe it's a career or something that you tried to build from the ground up for yourself that is like your baby, you know? But there's like a temptation. There's like a desire to go try something else, do something else, or something is like feeding into like some wound. I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of like the Band-Aid thing. Like, it's doing something that helps that wound, but after a certain amount of time, like, it needs air to breathe, and it needs the thing taken off, the Band-Aid taken off. Like, the easier choice is choice A, but the one that actually helps you grow is choice B. And, oh wow, now I understand why. Because there is desires for both, a deep desire to have both. But there is some like stuff going on in your inner worlds, pile number 1. Now I understand why the heart is in both of these choices. Because maybe it feels like this started at a time in your life, whether it's like kids or the passion project, or like any analogy, plug this into your situation as you see fit, okay? I just want to make that clear. Maybe it started up at a time in your life where it wasn't planned for, where, you know, it was just a spur of the moment thing, and you were like, screw it, like, okay, like, let's see what happens. And now that it's real, you know, it's very real now. There's more work in it than you thought. And because there's so much love here, it's hard to accept when things don't turn out exactly as you want them to, because it's all coming from a place of love. And remember I told you Mars and Virgo, where there is passion with things that motivate you, like, you care so hard to the degree that you can be super hard on yourself if everything isn't according to plan. Specifically when it comes to professions, the things that you want to take pride in. Because we got to keep in mind too, Leo and Virgo are right next to each other in the zodiac wheel. So right after Leo journey, we move into the Virgo journey. It feels like too, another thing, there is a struggle with going all into whatever you've been doing and then going all out, like having moments of burnout or shutting down because you're trying so hard when you go all in and you're not giving any energy to yourself. Like, you're giving all of your energy away rather than to yourself, like to the thing that you're passionate about or you have a lot of love for. And it's like, yes, you have a lot of love, but what about you? And there needs to be like an equal give and take in the situation, and there isn't. And so you feel like most of the time you're being left up empty-handed because of this crazy back and forth energy with the all in, all out. It's kind of like extreme-like energy where instead of like the flow, finding an equilibrium between the two, you try as hard as you possibly can every single time, but then you don't give yourself time to recuperate in between or take breaks in the middle of the hard work stuff. And like, there's a lot of imbalance here. So then it's leading you to want to have these desires to like go this other way. I don't know if that makes sense what I'm trying to say. Like there's this feeling like you can't have both. Why can't you have both though? Why can't you have both? What? I'm like really like sitting here, guys. By the way, I hope you guys understand. Like comment down freaking below if you picked pile number 1 and you guys are here and you're still here and listening. Let me know what this is about, okay? Because it really feels like there is a huge specific storyline here. But at the same time, this can go to so many different routes. And this can be about like a commitment to something, right? And a dedication is something, but then having this desire to go do something else. But what's interesting here is that feeling when I saw father, I was like protective energy, right? So that reminds me of survival energy. And then when I saw this, I was thinking of like doing something because you love it, but you're trying too hard at it. So it's not something it's not fun anymore. It's not like something you're letting yourself just be authentically you in. And you're like sucking the joy out of it. And that's why choice A and choice B still have like bittersweet energy to them. Because it's like, even if you choose either or, you're still going to get hurt or have something left behind that you, like, this is helping you heal something a lot, like very strongly. This is kind of like choice B is what I'm saying. But choice A is like a shortcut. Now, it's a shortcut. That's why I heard the word short. It's a shortcut. Okay. Let us now look at the future that each of these choices create for you to see if it gives us more depth and insight here, okay? So to do that, we are going to be using my tea leaf cards, and I think that's all I'm using, right? No, I'm not. Okay. Sorry, I was like looking around my table. You guys don't see it, but I have a lot of cards set up. So we're going to have to clear this up probably. I hope you guys took notes. But we're going to be using my karma cards to look at the outcome for both if you chose like either or of the two choices, okay? So make sure you took your notes, okay? Because we are going to... I don't want to clear this up though. I really don't. I don't want to clear this up. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to dive in. We're just going to lay them out on top of these cards, and then we're going to like take the karma cards out after. Okay, guys? Because I really don't want to undo this in case this is something that we'll keep plugging into. Like, I feel like there's still important things here. Okay? So let us dive in to choice A little bit further here with the karma cards. So the way that we use these, ooh, sorry, I was yawning. The way that we use these cards, we're going to be laying out one planet card, one sign card, and then one house card. We're going to be looking at the blue words because the blue signifies the outcome, red signifies action, okay? So let me shuffle and get each card out for choice A. So what is the future choice A creates for pile number 1? What is the future choice A creates for pile number 1? Okay. We got a planet card here. What is the future choice A creates for pile number 1? What is the future choice A creates for pile number 1? Okay. We have 2 signs And we are going to go with it. All right. And then for house. What is the future choice A creates for pile number 1? I guess that was it. All right. That was very like quick, that house card, the way it just came out like that. Okay, so we're gonna look at choice A first, and then we're gonna do choice B second, okay? So we have the planet, the moon, okay? I want you guys to write everything down that I'm about to say, okay? So we have the moon. The two signs we have alongside the moon is Aries and Scorpio. I'm showing you the blue. Aries and Scorpio. And then we have the first house. So SMP. S is like spiritual outcome, P is physical outcome, and, M is mental outcome, P is physical outcome, okay? So, reading this in order for choice A. The outcome here, if you were to choose choice A, is Moon and Aries in the first house. The nurturing of energies to meet the challenge of who you are. The nurturing of energies to meet the challenge of who you are. It's so interesting. It even feels like even if you choose choice A, you're going to somehow find your way back to choice B. That's why it feels like these are both heart-led. Like, you're learning regardless. Like, it's just a matter of how long you're going to choose. It's going to take till you choose choice B. Like this, do you remember I kept saying that? Now I understand why these two are like kind of weaved in together. And then that's the spiritual outcome, okay? So because we have two signs, I'm going to now tell you the second spiritual outcome, okay? So I hope you took notes of what I said in that sentence, because now we're going to read the second spiritual outcome, okay? It is the nurturing of purification to resurrect who you are. The nurturing of purification to resurrect who you are. It's literally, again, kind of the same energy, but here it's like doing this, even if you were to go down choice A, you're still, even though it's like a shortcut, or what might feel like, okay, it feels like a shortcut, but it is short-lived. And so now I get why the word shortcut came through, and short-lived, short-term. This is going to feel like a shortcut to you. In a way, it's so enticing to look at. Doing this choice is going to feel more freeing at first, okay? But over time, you're going to realize that you just were feeling trapped because how you were doing things in your life, it wasn't aligned with how your soul wanted you to move at pace-wise. And you were trying to be everything for everyone when everything around you just wanted you to be authentically you. And the only thing you were trying to be everything for was yourself and your expectations, your ego, like the desire to be the best at everything for everyone. Does that make sense? And so there's a big inner wound here of feeling like you're never good enough. And a lot of that wound drives you to do how you take care of things the way you do, especially when it comes to the things you're passionate about, which can also make you always feel like you're never doing enough. Does that make sense? Even though you've always been. So the mental outcome, if you were to choose choice B, is feelings caused by, for Aries, your desires regarding your desires. Feelings caused by your desires regarding your desires. Exactly. It's like feelings caused by your desires regarding your desires. Yeah, like you're going to realize like, okay, I thought this is what I wanted, but it looks like I still don't. Like there was temptation here of some kind, and you thought that's what you wanted, but it's not, it never was. You were where you wanted to be. It's just not the way you wanted it to happen. And not the way your soul's been wanting you to do it so far. Like you haven't been honoring your pace is what I'm hearing, or like What's the back behind here? Judgment. I understand that everyone has their own unique paths and challenges. Judgment. You were judging yourself. Yeah, you were just too hard on yourself. Oh, my heart hurts for you. Okay, and then the second mental outcome we have is feelings caused by the secrets of your desires. Because then the truth is going to come out if you do choice A. Feelings caused by the secrets of your desires. And you're going to realize that that's never what you wanted. And so it's going to hurt you. There's going to be bittersweetness here, like I told you. And then for the physical outcome, the first physical outcome, reactions resulting from the honesty and strength of your actions. Reactions resulting from the honesty and strength of your actions. Yes. And then the second physical outcome with Scorpio, reactions resulting from the power of your actions. Every action has a reaction. There's a cause and effect to everything. Every action has a reaction, yeah. Okay, let's get the tea leaves out here. What is the future of pile one's choice A? What is the future that choice A creates for pile number 1? Okay. Let me just shuffle this other one. What is the future choice A creates for pile number 1? Okay. So we have received 4 tea leaves. With the first one that came upright wants to be seen now, we have vase with secret admirer. Next up, bro, you have the word affair twice. Here, affair, Venus and Leo. And then we have scissors, disappointment in some affair. So that's a confirmation some of you guys needed, I guess, like it's here. Thirdly, we have owl, good advice from a wise person. And then lastly, we have gong, an exciting event. Yes, this is going to feel exciting, dramatic, extravagant. Like there's that feeling, right? But then, like, it's not going to, it's short-lived. That just keeps coming through. And there's going to be this feeling of like realizing that what you were just seeking was that feeling of inner peace, that you thought this is what was giving you, what could give it to you. But in reality, it's just band-aiding the real wound that was always there before this even started. Your life, the situation you're in right now, pile number 1 started. Before that started, the wound was always there. It's not like this thing birthed it and you feel trapped in it because of this. Like, no. This situation you're in, pile number 1, didn't cause this trappedness. This was always inside you because you felt like you were never good enough, okay? And that is something you have to find the root source to. In reality, these 2 choices, choice A and choice B, they are both heart-led because your heart is trying to kind of like, I think, speak to you by telling you, showing to you what it desires, by giving you reflections of like mirroring the desires through other people maybe you're seeing in your outside world, or like in your situation, like outside of your situation, it's mirroring things in your physical reality of what it's desiring, and it's giving you a feeling of peace, right? But that peace, it's like a false sense of peace because it's trying to just mirror it to you, what it wants you to do inside your inner world. You can't get that peace that you're desiring on the outside of you. You have to go inside of yourself and heal the thing that's making you feel so uprooted all the time. Because that isn't something you can solve with this Band-Aid. This literally feels like a Band-Aid on the situation for choice A. Choice B, it feels like this is the thing that's actually gonna help you grow, even though it's the hardest one here. Commitments in upside down, right? With the yin yang, divine time, trust. It's because there's been a lack of that this whole time. Maybe this was unplanned for the situation. It was like, okay, whatever, like let's do it, we're doing it. But there is a lot of healing that comes through doing it this way. and choosing to. Okay, so now that we were able to kind of look at the future here, right? That's definitely confirmed it's short-term, short-lived, this and that, and it's still taking you back to choice B at the end of the day, even if you were to do it, but there's going to be even more there's going to be bitterness here if you were to take this choice, is what I'm trying to say. Let us now clear this up because we want to get these cards ready. So like I said, you guys should have been taking notes. It's on you if you didn't, okay? We're now going to get it ready to do the same thing for choice B, okay? So I'm just going to place the cards back in case they happen to come out on this side for choice B, okay? So let us get the cards out. I'm just moving things around to get it ready. Like, in reality, what you really want is choice B. You want to stick through it, but it feels safer to go here in your inner worlds, but it's just because it's the Band-Aid. It's like someone who has daddy issues and they still keep using that to like find their love interest. Does that make sense? And it's like, yeah, it might turn you on in the moment. Sorry, TMI, guys. It's not TMI because it's something about me, but I'm like saying, TMI, that's funny I said that. I meant in case like any of you guys are underage, sorry. Basically is what I'm trying to say. It's like, yeah, if like that's something that you think is like a trait that you like, it's like, it's something that helps you find the people that you find attractive, right? The wound that you have. So let's say you have daddy issues. I'm just making this up. Let's say you have daddy issues, but the daddy issues are the thing that help you find certain people attractive. So it's like, you're not going to realize that that's the reason why you find it attractive, right? Because in reality, the daddy issues are coming from this feeling of, I'm unlovable. I don't know. So that's the belief. That's the real root source. That root source has been there this entire time, whether you stuck it out with choice B or do this choice A. Do you not get what I'm trying to say? But you never really let yourself go in your inner world to realize that the real main belief of the daddy wounds was this feeling of belief that you're not lovable. And so you are chasing that thing that makes you feel loved. But in reality, it's just daddy issues. Do you not get what I'm trying to say? So then it's like you have to heal that. It feels like this is the feeling of like not being good enough, like you're too hard on yourself. There's something here about like lack of self-love or lack of like low self-esteem, I guess you can say. Like there's this feeling of I just keep hearing you don't feel like you're good enough. And my heart goes out to you guys, pile number one, because I know that feeling and it can drive us to do a lot of self-sabotaging, crazy things. And I just want to validate, like, don't feel ashamed for these choices energetically. It feels like these are desires or choices that you have to make internally. I don't feel like you're being pressured to make this choice. I think that you're pressuring yourself, if anything, because of how hard you overthink everything. But I just want to like let you know that my heart goes out to you guys because it really does feel like you have a lot of love to give. Like you do have a giant heart. And a lot of people that know you know that about you, but you have so much trouble accepting that truth for some reason. Okay, I'm sorry if I'm talking a lot, guys. Again, I'm just letting source share what needs to come through. So let us now see the future that choice B would create for you. So what is the future that choice B create? What future would choice B create? Okay. This one. Okay, it's interesting. We have 2 planet cards coming through. All right. What is the future that choice B creates for pile number 1? What is the future choice B creates for pile number 1? Let the card fall out. What is the future choice B creates for pile number 1? Okay. We have Libra. It felt like it was fighting me here when I was shuffling for the signs. This is something that is hard for you to swallow. There's hesitancy. Now I understand. Okay, I understand now. And I just got a headache. So out of nowhere, like when I said it felt like I was fighting the cards to get that out. All right. What is the future choice B creates for pile number 1? What is the future choice B creates for pile number 1? Okay. All right, my beautiful pile number 1s. We have 2 planet cards, and just so you remember, right, we're doing the blue, S, M, P. S is spiritual outcome, M, mental outcome, P is physical outcome. For the planets, you guys have received for choice B, in terms of the future that it would create for you if you were to go that route, we have Neptune and Jupiter. Again, make sure you take notes when I read those sentences. So Neptune and Jupiter. Next up, we have Libra, but I already mentioned it, but I will show you guys again up close. And then, lastly, for the house placement, we have the 8th house. We are ignoring the red, we're looking at just the blue. Okay, guys, so get ready because I'm going to read the sentences out in terms of the outcome now. So we're going to be looking at the spiritual outcomes. We have 2 because we have received 2 planet cards, okay? So the placements we have here in terms of your outcome is, first, we have Neptune in Libra in the 8th house in case you wanted to take notes. And then the second placement we would have is Jupiter in Libra in the 8th house. Okay, so the first spiritual outcome here, if you were to go with choice B, the future that this choice creates for you is, in the spiritual outcome, the idealization of cooperation to perfect personal power. The idealization of cooperation to perfect personal power. I love that. Oh, my heart goes out to you guys. 8th house is all about deaths. This is the essential. Next up, the mental, you have a second spiritual outcome. We have the granting of cooperation to perfect personal power. The granting of cooperation to perfect personal power. Because Jupiter's about expansion, abundance, right? Fortune, good fortune. So now we're going to move into the mental outcomes. The first mental outcome, if you were to choose choice B, the future that it creates for you, is confusion regarding decisions about the mysteries of life. Okay. Confusion regarding decisions about the mysteries of life. And I will explain that because I know it sounds a little confusing, literally. So Neptune is the planet of illusion, right? Mystery, rose-tinted glasses, energy. And it can make things a little bit confusing because everything is so wishy-washy in that planet. What I believe the mental outcome of this statement being confusion regarding decisions about the mysteries of life, I believe this is kind of talking about the wounds, you exploring your inner world, and you're going to be going through a journey. The future outcome is you going through the next steps to start figuring out, unraveling the why behind what has led you to even considering this choice A. What led to the split in your soul? Because that split is trying to tell you something. It's not trying to split you literally from the inside out. And now I understand why Gemini was so prominent in your reading, because they're the twins, but they're like 2 faces, right? But there's still 2 faces that make the same energy. And now I understand why Twin Flames was in the back of the deck. Because Twin Flames is like 2 things that make something whole. The things that are meant for each other. But they're also the most complicated. And it's like you think you can't have this desire of inner peace or personal freedom in this, but you can. And you've always been able to, but you thought you couldn't. You believed you couldn't because of the root source. There's this wound in you that needs to be healed, pile number 1. That's the real issue here. And if you were to take this route and do the thing that you know is the most uncomfortable, but the thing that you know your heart's really, your soul is like, your higher self is literally whispering at you to go do. And keep doing. And you surrender to it. You heal.
You're going to go through journeys that you didn't think was even possible, because I'm going to hear you have a desire to want to speak up more. But obviously, we're going to be looking at your higher self's guidance overall regarding all these things, the stuff we've been diving into after this part. But I just wanted to make clear, like, what the confusion regarding decisions about the mysteries of life meant, like that statement, okay? So the second mental outcome we have here is blessings from decisions about the mysteries of life. Blessings from decisions about the mysteries of life. This is showing to me that there is good karma here. There is this feeling of, like, this was something you are, like, the reason why it's hard, dude, is because you're meant to learn it. Like, this is the thing that's hard is the thing you're meant to overcome in this life. You're not supposed to run away from it. The more we run away from the things that scare us, the more we become the things that scare us. And so you have to really ask yourself and reflect on the shadow here. That's what I feel like keeps coming through, because it does seem to me like this is what's going to really help you grow. You're going to start to want to question yourself more. You're going to want to find the emotional why behind it all. Why you try so hard. Because I love ... Whatever that is, like, you have to ask yourself those questions. Next up, for the last outcome section, we have physical outcome. The first physical outcome we have is sacrifice resulting from the fairness shown by a major change. Sacrifice resulting from the fairness shown by a major change. I feel like this might even be like therapy or like deep healing or taking on like a shadow work journey for yourself. I forgot Neptune is about martyrdom too, self-sacrificing, yeah. And then we have Jupiter, the physical outcome, the last thing for choice B, good fortune resulting from the fairness shown by a major change. Yes. Good fortune resulting from the fairness shown by a major change. There is something here that you've already been doing, but you're not doing it the way that you know you're meant to do it. And your soul is asking you to do it a certain way, but you're stalling because it's hard to admit to that, because it's hard to trust in that. And so there's a choice A that comes up. The choice A is short-lived, but it feels good in the moment. So you're like, okay, why not? There's been too much of this back and forth crap though, pile number one. And it seems like this reading has come up for you to listen to this day because you're being called to choose now. It seems like there is, regardless, going to be growth at the end of the day. It's just a matter, again, of how long you want to take until you have that realization. You get to control the pace. Like, even if you keep going back to this, you're still going to end up over here. It's just a matter of how long you want it to take. That's so interesting. That keeps coming through. Like, that has come through throughout your reading this entire time, if you haven't noticed. Okay, let's get some tea leaves for the future that choice B creates as well. So, what does the future choice B create for pile number one? What does the future choice B creates for pile number one? What is the future choice B creates for pile number one? Okay. We have a couple cards coming out. Back of the deck wants to come through. Oh my god. That's so interesting. My hand was tingling before I put the deck down. We have Arrow. You are on the right path regarding some aspect of your life. Exactly. Like, I don't know. It just feels like you keep thinking like you aren't doing it right, but you are. Okay. Now let me just shuffle this final little deck I have, a pile of the tea leaf cards in case another card wants to come out. The future that choice B creates for pile number one. The future that choice B creates for pile number one. One more shuffle. The future that choice B creates for pile number one. Okay. Nope. We got one though. Back of the deck also wants to be seen here. Table. Yes. Hard work ahead. So we did have Arrow as back of the deck energy, but with table. Okay. So
you are on the right path regarding some aspect of your life, but there's also going to be hard work ahead. Just keep doing it. Keep moving forward. Don't give up.
That's what it feels like. That's like what I'm trying to say. Like, now I get why these keep feeding into each other. Wow. Again, please let me know. Wow. And then underneath the table, hard work ahead,
we have lightning. Control your anger or you will be sorry. And underneath death here, we had anger. There is a lot of healing that needs to be done. And I think that's where the passion, the fire is coming through within you. Pile number one, it just wants to be translated. It just wants to be seen. It just wants to be honored. It just wants to be validated. But that's where the healing starts. You are meant to do that for future. Okay, so the card that came upright, we have two. And I think this is a date. Yeah, months of the year.
Ooh, okay, so I never got a months of the year card yet ever with this tea leaf card deck ever since I bought it. But the cards that came upright for your future for choice B is bird, flying, news is on the way, and ram, a stubborn, aggressive person. I feel like this is you. And I feel like news is on the way is whatever is going to happen with this higher self reading in the next section we're about to dive into. I don't know why,
but you take this as you see fit. Maybe you're waiting for some sort of answer, something that you've been wanting, but it's just once you stop trying to like control everything, it will come.
But take that as you see fit. The other cards, we have a month coming through. So maybe this month might have some significance depending on when you're listening to this reading. But let me know in the comments down below. We have October. This is so interesting because technically this video is going to be uploaded in November, but I did record it in October. So maybe the desire to change choices happened in October for you. Maybe this is a birthday month. Maybe this is a birthday for somebody that has importance to you. Autumn might be of significance. Think of Halloween. Think of whatever October might mean to you. Maybe this is just the energy of autumn. Maybe this is the time of renewal. You should look up the meaning of autumn.
What does that mean spiritually? And then lastly, we have wishbone. A wish is granted. This is so beautiful.
Like, that's what I'm saying.
This is the choice to keep up with it.
But there is a lot of rage. Maybe it's because it felt like there was something unfair here. And it still feels unfair. But that's something that needs to be healed on the inside. This doesn't have to do with what you think it has to do with. Is what I'm hearing. Okay. I hope you guys are just as curious as I am, because I really want to see what your higher self has to say. I really hope you took your notes,
because you already know what I'm about to do. I am going to clear this up, okay? So you guys better have taken your notes.
But I am going to keep the table and the arrow cards, the table and arrow cards out, because it just feels like these are something that Source wants me to keep on the sidelines. All right, sorry, I'm just setting it up. And let me... Yeah, this is something that's been happening in your inner world for such a long time. And now you're probably taking out your rage on things around you that don't even deserve it. But in reality, it's just because you're really hard on yourself. So sometimes you'll project that onto others. But it feels like there's something coming through. This feels like such an important reading, guys. So I do feel very blessed to be doing this reading for you. Okay. So I'm just going to move things around. That way we'll have space for cards. I'm going to move this out of the way like this. Okay, so we have some space now, hopefully. I just want to make sure you guys can see it. I'm sorry if you guys can't see it. I am trying my best. I'm going to slightly zoom out. Okay. Hopefully that was helpful. But Source did want me to use my Sun and Moon Tarot deck for you guys today. So that is the deck we are going to be using. So now what we're going to be doing is looking at your higher self's guidance regarding this whole situation, this decision energy. So what does pile number one's higher self have to tell them right now regarding all of this? What does pile number one's higher self have to tell them regarding all of this? Okay, no clue how many cards we have. The card that did fly out is the Princess of Pentacles. Back of the deck energy is the Nine of Cups. Like, this is what you desire, pile number one. And we see it here. Princess of Pentacles is the Page of Pentacles. There is opportunity. The fact that it landed like right here in the middle, dude, choice B is an opportunity. I'm trying to like, I don't know what we're going to be able to do or what we're going to have to do, but okay, just remember this, Nine of Cups, okay? No clue how many cards we have. I don't even know how we're going to fit this on the table. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. This card wants to begin. This card wants to go here. Okay. So this is your higher self's guidance. First card we have here is the Two of Wands with Dominion. Next up, we have the Tower, and this card wanted to be paired with the Two of Wands. I like this a lot. The eye, there's an eye, like this eye that keeps coming through. There is truth here. I want you guys to be able to see everything. I don't even care. You know what? I'm going to do it like this. All right. Because I think you guys already know the choice you're supposed to make. Next up, we have keyword failure with the Seven of Pentacles. Next up, pairing with the Seven of Pentacles is the Four of Cups with the keyword luxury. Ooh, sorry guys, I forgot to set my alarm, but I feel like that's adding emphasis to the Seven of Pentacles and the Four of Cups. So, and I had a thought run through my head here, thinking about the actual meanings of these cards. Seven of Pentacles is about perseverance and like slowly building onto something. But then we have the keyword failure, right? And this is kind of what I feel like your mind does to you, pile number one. Like, there is not failure here. It's just learning lessons. Like, you're learning to get to the bigger end goal. And like what your heart wants for you, what your soul wants for you, like the bigger picture. It just feels split right now. And so because it's taking so long, you just keep jumping to conclusions that it's failure when in reality it never was to begin with. Next up, we have the Ten of Cups with satiety. I can't say that word. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. I hope I did. And then the card that wants to pair with it is the Nine of Pentacles with Gain. Wow, the fact that you got the Ten of Cups and the Nine of Pentacles pairing with it, that is powerful. And yes, oh my God, okay. There's something crazy coming through. I think I understand now a lot why these two choices were marrying each other. Okay, next up, we have the King of Swords. There's so much power with this energy, and we never see a king on a horse, okay? But there is movement, and I'm thinking of the arrow. Okay, like, shoo. You are on the right path. You are on the right path. You are on the right path. Okay. Next up, pairing with the King of Swords, we have the Seven of Wands with Valor. Yes, okay. You have to believe that you're on the right path, though. You have to believe that you always were. Oh, my heart. Okay. This is such a beautiful message. I can already see what it's saying, and it's just, I am so blessed to be doing this reading for you guys. Like, if you are still here up until this point, you know that it's for a reason, and I just send you guys so much unconditional love. Oh, from the bottom of my heart, like, I just want to give you guys the biggest squeeze of a hug. Oh, okay. Next up, we have the High Priestess. The second major arcana card. Pairing with the High Priestess, we have, oh my God, the Star. How flipping beautiful. Again, such a beautiful card setup. The last two pairings we have is the Six of Swords with the keyword science. Ending your reading with the number 6. 666 may be of importance to you. Highly recommend that you look up the meaning of the number 666 and the angel messages associated with it. And then the card that pairs with this final one is the Chariot. You're moving. You are on the move, and it's going to move to calmer waters. Okay. There's like this feeling of wanting to give up, like wanting to give up on something. That's choice A. My heart, my heart, my freaking heart, my freaking heart. And I'm not even done. I was gonna say something huge, but I wanna, like, you know what, actually? I'm gonna say it now. And then we'll add to this after, because I was gonna add even more cherry on top things to, like, but I feel like it'll be cooler if I just share it now. So the back of the deck, again, let's make that clear. We have the Nine of Cups. Underneath this is the Ten of Swords. The Nine of Cups is a wish fulfillment card. The Ten of Swords is a card of painful endings, but something finally coming to an end, even though it is painful to, like, it's just not fun to embrace and accept. The message that your higher self has to tell you right now, the guidance that your higher self has for you right now, pile number 1. Obviously, your higher self can see that you have been very torn internally for a while now, because you know that it's time for change. It's time for a switch up. It's time to start doing things differently. And you got a feeling that, like, you had a wave of, like, this impulsive, like, energy come through you out of nowhere. Like, it could have been an idea, someone kind of, like, tempting you, or you trying to be, like, swayed by somebody. Let me take a sip of my water. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get over a cold right now. So I think the congestion started to come back, because I took something for decongestion before I started this video, but I think I could hear myself starting to get worse, so I'm so sorry. But what I am seeing here is, like, okay, I'm going to talk as if I'm your higher self. You have been wanting to pressed the escape button on your situation for a while now. You've been feeling like you have been suffocating. You don't understand what you've been doing wrong because you have been trying to do everything in your power to get everything right. But the more you try, the more you feel like you have been failing. And you don't understand why. When in reality, the only person you have been failing, or you feel like you have been failing, you thought was everyone around you, but it was really just yourself, your sense of self. The feeling of what you think you need to be. There's like a picture perfect version of you. You've had this like high standard of trying to achieve 24/7. And realistically, you know that's not possible. Your higher self is literally telling you that you got tired of trying to achieve it because it's not sustainable or possible. And so you started craving that peace, that out. But here's the thing. You were always able to get exactly what you wanted. That sense of personal freedom, that sense of inner independence or inner peace, through staying where you are. Exactly where you are, actually, with what you've been doing. Or like this thing of commitment, the thing you've been committing to or afraid to continue committing to, like the more you do it, you're going to get to that same thing that choice A can give you, for example. But if you stick with choice B longer, like you're going to get choice A and choice B, and it's going to be long-lived and long-term, not short-term and short-lived. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Because the thing in life that you want, pile number one, isn't something that can have shortcuts. This feels like it's a shortcut. This feels like it can snap the fingers and give you exactly what you want. But I'm telling you right now, what you want is more than just what that can grant you. And a part of you is aware of that. Like, you know that. It's just that you're tired of the fight. You're tired of feeling like you have to constantly, like, push through. But the only reason why it feels like you're pushing through right now is because of how hard you've been on yourself. This can be so much more peaceful, or this feeling of like being able to freaking breathe, if you just gave yourself more pacing, if you gave yourself more grace during the process. Because I'm telling you right now, I'm going to be really honest. This is something that you're going to have to fight for. And you're going to have to want it. And you have to be honest with yourself and tell yourself the truth about how bad you really do want it. Because I know a part of you is desiring to have the big picture of everything. Where the part of you, the soul that is split, it can come back together and marry itself. Like, you can integrate both of these desires and make them one. Like, there is a desire for that, and your higher self is trying to tell you that it is possible, but you have to keep pushing through it. And you need to trust in this unfolding process, trust in this unraveling process, trust in the unknown, because that's the part that scares you the most. Because you don't want to fail, but you never were. It's just like, you want to be good at it, is what I'm hearing. You want to be good at something. And you keep thinking that you never were, but you've always been. And if there were moments where you feel like you were fighting the wrong thing, exploding at the wrong thing, it was just because of how much you cared. But what would happen if you put that excess energy into yourself, in your inner world, and see what would happen? How much of your outer world can shift if you start putting that excess energy into yourself rather than using it to spew fire. And that wasn't meant to come out rude. It's just something to reflect on, pile number one. Remember, my readings, they are shadow work. I'm a facilitator for deep healing. I'm here to kind of help you look into those things that are uncomfortable to kind of look at on your own. And it feels like this is something your higher self really wants to tell you, because they do see you being able to ride the wave in time of the highs and lows, but it's only once you surrender. I want to see now, what is the add-on here? You can have it all, and you kept thinking that you had to make it separate. Okay, let me just get any clarifying messages from your higher self now to add into this before we go into the final thing we were going to look at, which is a grounded step forward you can take to integrate the right choice for you to end your reading. Pile number one's higher self's guidance. Okay, one more shuffle. Pile number one, higher self's guidance.
Okay. Back of the deck, we have Flame of Courage. Ignite the flame of courage, lighting the path of bravery amidst shadows of fear. Shadows. Shadows keeps coming through. Okay. So we are looking at the messages that are upright. Okay, so this landed up here. This landed up here. And these landed on choice B. And they came sideways. So we are going to read both of these messages, okay? So, oh, and this is so interesting. So this cross, recovery, comeback, this landed on the failure pairings. So this thought, what you thought you felt. Recovery, comeback, find strength and healing as each step forward renews hope and paves the way for a triumphant resurgence. That's exactly what I've been trying to tell you. So it adds more into your reading. This is beautiful for your higher self's guidance. Here, with the King of Swords, pushing through, persevering, we have literally stand strong. With defense as your shield, find strength in preservation, guarding what matters most. Yes, guarding what matters most. This is literally the Seven of Wands energy. I hope you're able to read that. I'm sorry. Stand strong with defense as your shield. Find strength and preserve it. And I'm trying to read this by looking at the camera. And preservation, guarding what matters most. Sorry guys, I took so long. It's the glare on the light for me. And then lastly, landing on the Six of Swords and the Chariot with the star. Manifest the new. The choice that aligns you with your desired future. Embrace change and envision your desires, allowing the universe to align with your intentions. What is it that your heart deeply desires? You can get that exact thing in the reality that you are in, but you have to keep at it. You can't run away just because it gets scary, pile number 1. And the cards that are sideways, we have, let's read these first. Important parts. Embrace each element, weaving them into your story with openness and understanding. Yes, this is healing for choice B. And seek clarity, embrace honesty, face consequences, and sharpen your focus for personal growth. Literally, oh my God, it's literally telling you to go on your healing journey. Then we have Crystal of Clarity. Illuminate your path with openness and insight, readying yourself for a newfound understanding of content. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're about to get a lot of answers once you go on this journey. Hidden keys. Put things together piece by piece to reveal the bigger picture. Bro, I'm so amazed. Like, your reading is so spot on. It keeps feeding it in. You guys better give this a thumbs up, because the fact how accurately everything was divinely led, it just feels so beautiful. And I know that the cards feel kind of crazy. They're all over the place, but I'm not here to be aesthetically pleasing, okay? I'm here to deliver what Source wants me to deliver for you guys. So let us now dive into the final thing we're going to look at to finish up your reading, my beautiful pile number 1s, which is the grounded step forward that you should take or could take to start really integrating your truth in terms of the choice now, okay? So we're going to be looking at my Sacred Creator deck. And then depending on what comes through, we might also pull out a card from my self-awareness deck to finish up. So, what is the grounded step forward pile number 1 can take to align with the choice that takes them to their desired future? What is the grounded step forward pile number 1 can take that aligns them with the choice takes them to their desired future? We have the now, with the number 47 adding to 11, a new beginning. What you think of right now matters. So we're going to read what that means And then for the Soul Truth card, I think we're gonna have to piece it together. We're gonna get a message through here as well. What is the grounded step forward for pile number 1 to align with the choice that takes them to their desired future? Okay. We have, does my life have room for more pleasure and play? That's literally what the 5th house is all about. That is crazy. That's what I'm telling you. I knew that these literal choices were like feeding into each other. Okay. And then for the universe has your back, we're going to get an affirmation card out for you to see a mantra that aligns, and then we're going to read the booklet, okay? For pile number 1, a grounded step forward. Thank you. All right. We're going to read this at the end. Let me get the booklet out. And for Sacred Creator, we're going to turn to the number 47. And we'll combine everything together. So this lands on page 99. 99 may have a significance to you, but we have the now. Let me just make this focus. Essential meanings being in the right place at the right time, divine timing, a sense of time speeding up as you move toward your dream, a reminder that time is on your side. Exactly. Self-care message, feelings of urgency, frustration, and patience, a sense that things are moving slowly, a time to pay more attention to the present and to leave the past and the future in the hands of divine timing. I need to trust that you are where you are supposed to be, a time to enjoy the now. I need to trust that you haven't missed your moment. Time is always on your side. The universe has brought you right here, right now. So be here now. Nothing else is tangible. You can't change the past, and you can only change the future by making changes today. Your now is always the only moment when you can actively inspire change. So go ahead and hunker down and take a moment to enjoy a few full deep breaths. Notice the wonderful life you have already started creating, yes, and trust that you have all the time you need. When you stop seeing time as something to work against, change can happen in the blink of an eye. Things shift quickly when you are aligned with the divine. Your miracle will flow into your life in perfect arrangement. So begin to act in a way that shows trust in its arrival. Bathe your present day in the experience of your success instead of looking to the far-off future to finally realize your dream. What's going on right now for you with time? This card in your spread indicates that there is an imbalance. Are you always running late or always feeling the pressure to speed up your life? Are you hoping for more time and feeling a lack of it? How is your relationship to time? If you started paying attention to the now, how would your life improve? What can you do to support divine timing and to notice a lot more of your present? Take a photo of this, screenshot it, pause the video, do what you gotta do. These are great things to reflect on. All right, beautiful soul. The now, time. What you can start doing now. Does my life have room for more pleasure and play? In what area are you lacking pleasure right now? Maybe in certain relationships or with work. Is it possible to shift the seriousness of life to experiencing a more creative, wild, and playful side of you? Today's soul action. What would happen if you added more play and laughter into your life? What area is lacking this right now? Take time to play. Let go of any need to produce anything. It's like it feels like you think you can't marry these two choices, but you can, and you always were able to. You thought you needed to only be able to have one or the other. You were always meant to have both, my love. Let's read your affirmation. True healing occurs when I give myself permission to feel whatever feelings live below the triggers. That is exactly it. True healing occurs when I give myself permission to feel whatever feelings live below the triggers. Underneath the anger, when you want to explode, what is the real desire there? What is your inner child fighting for whenever you get mad? Whenever you feel that need? What are you
repressing? What are you holding inside to the point of no return when you become the volcano and erupt and you can't help yourself? Maybe you shut down. That's something that you're meant to reflect on, because this was your opportunity. This entire reading is meant to show you that you never needed to choose. The thing that just showed you the desire, maybe it's not the real deal, right? But it's the thing that showed you something that your inner world was lacking. It was the mirror to help you see it. Now you got to find it. Now you got to go in your inner world, pile number 1, and reflect on that. So use the questions that, these things kind of asked for you, because it does seem like you are onto something very beautiful here. And I would encourage you guys, if you do feel called, do check out my YouTube channel. I do a lot of readings on things that are holding you back, thought patterns, soul contracts, and everything that has to do with deep healing and shadow work, okay? Dark nights of the soul, spiritual awakening, things of that nature. So if you're looking to kind of understand this better, maybe this is my time to kind of point you in that direction. But with that, that is exactly everything that I have for you today, my beautiful pile number 1s. So, it was such an honor to do this reading for you. It really feels like this had so much clarity here to kind of, an information for you to kind of take in and absorb. So, maybe give yourself some time to really integrate everything that came through before even diving into any other pick of cards, because it does feel like this is something that your inner world needs to reflect on, and you should not get answers on the outside of you just yet. Let the things simmer, let the things sit, let yourself process it before moving forward, okay? Learn how to trust yourself, learn how to surrender. That's the whole point of what I think this reading was asking for you, okay? With that being said, I did begin starting a process. I have mentioned it in my last couple of pick cards already. I have started a waiting list for virtual healing workshops, circles, events, gatherings, everything I'm going to be doing online. So you guys, wherever you are in the world while watching this, you guys can sign up for the waiting list and you will get emails for the exact specific healing focused topics you want to get insights on, information on when it comes to any upcoming virtual events I will be hosting, okay? Highly recommend that you guys sign up for that. The link is in my description box down below. You're gonna see it to my link tree, my website, and once you scroll down, you're gonna find it like the very second or third button on my link tree. You're gonna see to sign up there. Everything is free when it comes to the sign up process, and you're gonna get to check mark exactly the topics you wanna look at, whether it comes to astrology, neuroscience, everything that is healing, okay? I tackle it all, okay? From literal spirituality all the way to science. So please feel free to check that out. But if not, hopefully I will see you in my other pick a card readings to come. This is Ahimsa here, and I send you so much unconditional love. Have a beautiful rest of your day, and see you soon. Bye. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number 2s. And if this is the card that aided you in being able to select your pile, the cross with the number 36, then you already know that this is your reading in reference to the choice that you are kind of torn between right now. And we are going to be kind of figuring out which choice out of the choices that you have in front of you, that maybe you might not even realize, this could be a subconscious thing, but we're going to get into it. We're going to see which choice is most aligned with the desired future that you have for yourself, what you are wanting and seeking to manifest for yourself. And with this card, we're going to kind of just jump right into it. And before I even use the booklet I have over here to kind of decipher the messages of this Lenormand deck, I really wanted to share with you a couple things that came to mind when I was zooming in on the imagery for you guys. So the number 36, the first thing that jumped into my head was adding 3 and 6, which obviously equals 9. 3 times 3 equals 9, so 333 may be of significance right now for you. Highly recommend that you guys journal or write it down. I always freaking forget. Please make sure you take notes, have a writing utensil, have someone to take notes with. Make sure you're listening to this in a space where it's just you. I always forget to mention it in my intros. I'm sorry, okay?
So let me just continue. I just wanted to share that and make that clear.
Okay, so 333 may be of significance right now, but especially the number 9. 9 has a lot to do with knowing that the path you are on has a greater purpose to it than what you're able to currently see, and so it requires a lot of faith. Aside from that, 6 times 6
equals 36. Then I looked at the side here,
and then you have the, I hope this is the club. I'm not sure. I'm not good at card meanings.
like regular playing cards, like the clubs, the spades. Like, I don't know. I'm not good at that.
But it looks like a clover, and then we have the number 6 here. So 666 might also be of significance to you. It's very intriguing to me because when I think of this, 666, that's also 18 adding to 9, I just realized. Well, I'm thinking of, yeah. This choice has a lot to do with what I just said. I just want to make that clear. For some reason, with you guys specifically, it feels like the channel messages that are coming through me that have already started, if you haven't noticed, I may or may not remember them, okay? It feels like Source is purposely not wanting me to remember because Source knows that I will absorb this to be like, I might interpret it through my own filter, my ego's filter. And it feels like some of the messages that are going to come through are going to be super specific for you guys today. So I just wanted you guys to keep that in mind. It feels as if Source is trying to kind of, what's the word? Bypass my own ego's filter that's making me have a human experience just so I can share these specific things. So I am not going to second guess anything I say. I may or may not repeat it because I might forget, okay? And it's because I'm trying not to attach to it, because once I begin to attach to it, my ego will take over and not share the right channel messages. Does that make sense? So let us get right into this, going to your card, which is number 36. And if you guys didn't get a chance, I always tell people, like, never skip my intros. My intro, I shared with you what, regardless of the pile that you went to in this reading, the collective's back of the deck energy, which was the crossroads. So, you know, it kind of adds even more like emphasis on whoever ended up coming to this video. There really was a serious choice here that you had to make, and it's going to change your destiny. And the craziest of ways, well, choice is always the thing that changes our destiny because we control it, right? But also, forgot to mention, I do have a little bit of a cold I'm overcoming, or I'm like at the tail end of it. So, you know, I might hear sniffles, and I'm so sorry about that if that is irritating to you. Okay. So for 36 cross, we have fate, crisis, pain, hard times, trials and burdens, faith, duty, and convictions. Okay, sorry guys, I had to pause because I heard like a sound upstairs, and I'm in the downstairs of my house, and I swear to you, I thought it was my cat sneaking on the countertops while I'm not looking. So I had to make sure, because I was home alone, but it was just my partner that came back home. Okay, continuing. All right, so yes, fate, crisis, pain, hard times, trials and burdens, faith, duty, and convictions. So that's what the cross is about in the Maléfique Lenormand deck. So maybe this choice has a lot to do with being okay with having a blindfold on, regardless of what happens, right? Being okay with that and still choosing to keep showing up anyways. Because when the number 9 keeps coming through my head, and whenever I think of 9, I think of individuality. Standing out. Doing things the way that your soul and your heart is asking you to. Even if it's scary, even if it sucks at times. Because feelings can come and go. Those things are impermanent. But the desire that you initially had before you started something, that was the thing that lit the flame. And it seems as if this choice has a lot to do
with potentially giving up on it. But let's see, because I think that's where I'm getting ahead of myself, and Source is saying get more cards out. So that is exactly what we're gonna do. I have my little labradorite palm stone because I just wanted to have it with me throughout the readings today, just to keep connecting a little bit closer. And okay, so the way that we're going to be doing this, we're going to be diving into what is the choice in front of you. So we're going to be looking at the overall theme, adding to this cross energy, so the decision energy that you're in right now. After that, we're going to split it into choice A and choice B. And to make this easier for you guys, I do have little papers that say choice A and choice B, okay? And in these papers, we're going to begin the split by writing a natal chart placement for my Oracle of the Radiant Sun booklet on each choice to kind of help us see the energies revolving it. And then we're going to start pulling out cards for those individual choices and see where those paths take us, okay? So I just wanted you guys to understand the game plan. But before we start the splitting, we're going to look at the overall decision energy to keep feeding into this significator card you received, okay? So to start with that, let me just place these back. I was just showing you the visual layout because I'm a visual person too. And so you guys can kind of feel like you're on track with me on how I'm doing this reading today. We're going to be using my archetype deck, my Prism Oracle deck, and my Learning Tarot deck for this first part to understand the decision energy that you're in right now. So interestingly enough, when I did pile number one's reading, I did aim to get one card of each, right? Source always has a different plan of what our ego wants. And so today I'm giving full permission for Source to come through unapologetically and just let whatever amount of cards want to come out, okay? So let us begin. What is the decision energy that pile number 2 is facing right now overall? Okay, yes, it's interesting. You guys got 2 archetypal cards, just like pile number 1, but they landed like this. Doesn't it kind of look like a cross? Or am I tripping? They did land like this, and that is like they're cross over each other, so that adds more emphasis here. Because pile number 1's, I think we're like this. It's just interesting. I feel like there's meaning to that. We're going to keep it exactly as the way it's meant to. All right. Throughout this reading, I may also need to shift my setup around a lot because I try to make the frame close enough where you guys are able to kind of continue to take notes if you need to. But that's why I always say make sure you are taking notes while listening to this reading, because I do clear up the table a couple times to make sure I have space for other things. But we'll see. We will see how Source wants me to do this. Okay, we'll do this last. Let's do the Prism next. What is the decision energy that pile number 1? Pile number 1? Okay, maybe some of you guys feel drawn to 1 and 2. If that's the case, maybe that's your confirmation. Continue listening to this pile until you feel like it resonates with you enough and like you've had all you need, and then until it stops resonating, and then move into pile 1. If some of you guys chose 2 and 1, okay? That just felt randomly called to come through. But let me continue. Ignore that if it doesn't resonate. What decision energy is in front of pile number 2? What is the decision energy in front of pile number 2 about? Okay, so this card literally didn't let me keep shuffling. I don't know if you guys saw that. The way it landed on top of my hand, I couldn't keep putting cards in. So it made me stall. Back of the deck wants to be seen now. We have movement. I feel like I was just talking about that, like, at the beginning. I'm having deja vu right now, so if I did, give it a thumbs up. Because that trips me out. I'm having deja vu. And I think the 9th house, I just realized in astrology, is about traveling, right? Sagittarius, they're the archer. Their arch is always moving. They're in the position with their symbol, Sagittarius. Okay, and then we have peace. You are on a journey right now. Currently, as you are watching this, whenever you're watching this is a timeless reading. All my videos are. Okay. That's the choice. That has to do with the choice. Now let's get some final cards here and put everything together. Let's see if it just adds the same message or adds even more clarity and emphasis here. We're going to take reversals. And I'm just going to let Source take out as many cards as they need to, even though I did want just like 1 or 3. Let's see. What is the decision energy in front of pile number 2 whenever they come across this video? What is the decision energy in front of pile number 2 in front of them whenever they come across this video? There's a lot of anxiety. It feels like my heart rate's starting to like, it felt like I struggled to get those cards in at that last shuffle. It felt like I was kind of fighting them. Like I usually shuffle with my eyes closed, but I had to open my eyes, peek through and look at where the cards were trying to go. Cause I was like, come on, like get in there. And it was weird. Like I never spoke to myself like that while trying to shuffle. And now it feels like anxiety's coming up. There's a lot of nerves. There's a lot of doubt coming through. That definitely is not mine. But what if I'm hearing what if, ... what if I, ... what if? So a lot of anxiety, a lot of doubt, a lot of fear here. What is the decision energy in front of pile number 2 whenever they come across this video? What is the decision energy in front of pile number 2 whenever they come across this video? Okay. We only have 2 cards coming through, and we have in the back of the deck, interesting, the Devil card. I'm hearing the past, the old. We need to remember, when it comes, I'm just going to cover this little part that YouTube doesn't want to see. Whenever we get the Devil card, we need to keep in mind it's ruling energies, right? Like what the Devil card is really about. Let me just make sure this is fully focused for you guys. Oh no, my camera's doing that stupid focus glitch thing. Okay. So, the root chakra is here. This card is ruled by Capricorn. We have the number 15. And I think this is Saturn. Let me know what that planet symbol is. I think it might be Saturn, but please let me know. And some of the key words are addiction, depression, mental health issues, secrecy, obsession, cheating, dependency, materialism, paralysis, hopelessness, and other words that I can't say here with the root chakra. We need to keep this in mind. Oh, and then the mantra that goes along with this is, oh my God, I gotta fix my camera. I am not a puppet. There is a lot of interesting things that come to my mind when this comes through. But the first thing that came through mentally was the old. Old is trumping the new right now. And what I mean by that, when it comes to the Devil, right? There is self-sabotage here. It's bright as day. The fact that it's the back of the deck, you're stuck in it right now, but there's movement. You're trying to pass it. You're trying to go, like, there's resistance in what you're trying to accomplish for yourself. And the choice seems to be decision energy, lying and letting that thing take over and stop you in your tracks fully at its entirety. Or are you going to keep chugging along? Are you going to keep doing it? Can you? Do you believe in yourself enough to? And the reason why I say do you believe in yourself enough to is because the root chakra rules this card. The root chakra is the foundational chakra out of the 7 main chakras in our system, energetically. But when I look at chakra psychology, because that is the way that I look at chakras with my one-on-one soul work that I do, the root chakra's shadow side is associated with fear, thus meaning it is the most primitive chakra of our system. It is the most self-preservation based chakra of our system. And when it's in its wounded state, we don't have that safety inside of ourselves. We don't have a stable foundation inside of ourselves to be able to return to when doubts come up in our life journey. That's something that is essential to help you be able to move forward and grow in life. To be able to become resilient and persevere during these moments of doubt, you need to have an area in yourself that you can count on, to rely on when the mind starts to fight you on things. And the only reason why the mind fights is because of the old. So what I mean by this, I keep saying it, but I'm not explaining it. It is going to always be a hard fact that the old will always trump the new. And what I mean by that, the old usually is in reference to our past. Our past is something that we have lived longer in than in our new. There is something that is old narrative, an old story, something of the old that is trying to eat up the new right now in your life. The new that you are trying to create, the newness that you are in the middle of stepping through. I'm picturing someone's foot stepping through a doorway right now, but it's stuck in the middle of taking the other step. So one foot is in the back and the other foot is past that doorway. And you don't know, you can't move. I'm like literally seeing this person frozen in time, and it's anxiety inducing. So the card that we got upright, I believe, wants to be looked at before we even flip this other card over. Interestingly enough, I'm hearing in my head, Source wants me to reveal this first, and then these two archetypal cards, and then we're going to look at the final tarot card, learning tarot card that we have, okay? So let us look at the moon. We have the moon that came out in reverse. Whenever we have a reversal, we do not look at anything that is upside down. We only look at the words that are upright, okay? So, disregarding everything, we have the moon in reverse with releasing fear, unveiling secrets, subsiding anxiety, truth, regaining composure, and self-deception. Yes. And this pairs with this. I'm so sorry, guys, if my breathing is loud. I'm really sorry, because that would irritate me. I'm being so honest that, I can't control the sick. I have tried. I took a decongestant before I recorded this, but I am prone to sinus infections, so I'm really sorry. That just means that my face, everything in my sinuses gets really, not okay. And decongestants can only do so much for me, but they help me not to get one, so I'm just grateful for that. Okay. The moon came through first in reverse. There is a pivot point here. The pivot point is in this choice. That's the decision energy. A pivot point between choosing your truth or letting the fog eat everything, take over. Okay, this is influencing this. So let us look at this card first. We have God, with the light attributes being benevolence and compassion, recognizing the eternal force within yourself and others. Shadow attributes being despotism and cruelty, using power to control people, manipulation. And then this is the card influencing it. We have addict. Light attribute helps you recognize and confront addictive behavior. Shadow attribute compromises integrity and honesty, allows an addictive pattern to have authority over your inner spirit. Self-sabotage. And what were we talking about here? Self-sabotage. These cards came out first. We have addict and God. You are a godly being. I feel like some of you guys that chose this pile knows about the law of attraction and they know about manifestation and the law of it. Some of you guys. I'm not hearing it's everybody. That's why I say some. If that's the case, I want to make something clear. It feels like part of your journeying with this choice, this decision energy, the reason why it's such a big turning point is because you're realizing that maybe manifestation isn't exactly how you thought it was, or how you work with it the process of it isn't exactly what you thought it was, like, or how people made it seem. It seems like there was like, I'm hearing like a quick get rich scheme. Like there was some, I don't know if there was something outside of you that put some sort of interpretation on how this process was really supposed to unravel. And now you're realizing like that's not the case in your journey. And then now the doubt's kicking in. And that's the turning point here, deciding if you want to let that continue to eat you alive or say, screw it, I'm going to keep going anyways. If this doesn't resonate with you, the other people in pile number 2, there's another thing I'm seeing here. Some of you guys that are in the situation you're at when it comes to this choice and figuring out which choice to make that is aligned with the desired future. This desired future that you want is something that requires very, very great sacrifice of you right now. And the version of you in this very moment, not the you forever, just sacrifice for right now, the version of the now you, not the tomorrow, not the next day. This is a metaphor. And it's a big deal because this is something that you have identified with. This is something that has maybe consumed your life, that is being asked to be sacrificed in order to do this thing and overcome it and start moving forward in the right direction. For some reason, source is asking me to look behind movement. We have determination. Yeah, movement and determination. Exactly. There's willpower that is needed here to come through. And I feel like it's being birthed. It's been in the process of being cultivated within you, pile number 2. But it still has its moments of swallowing you whole sometimes. And maybe it feels like it's been a constant inner battle lately within you of trying to decide where to go. Or maybe you just need to see, why is it worth doing this thing? Because it feels like the fact that these 2 cards landed the way that they did on top of each other, crossed over each other like that, I think this is a reading. When it comes to the choice aligned with your desired future, that's going to have some moments of call outs. Okay, so I want you guys to keep that in mind. I am going to hold space, and I want you to know that I can relate very heavily to this reality you might be experiencing with either of the scenarios that I shared. Let us see the next card and the final card here to kind of piece everything together before we start splitting up into choice A and choice B. We have the Page of Pentacles. Sorry, I'm trying to get, there's like a square on my camera that keeps moving around. It's like glitching. We have the Page of Pentacles upright, again with the root chakra, the keyword being investment. Some keywords being good news and earthly matters, solid beginnings, setting goals, developing a plan, laying the foundations, taking advantage of opportunities, jumping in, consistency, excellent prospects, mercurial energy. And I'm having a brain fart. I think this is Virgo energy. Let me know if I'm incorrect. I always get Virgo and Scorpio mixed up sometimes. But logic is trumping over emotion right now, and it's essential for this decision. And you know how much it's going to require of you. That's why it's such a big turning point. That's why it's such a big deal. Because this is the thing that takes you to the peace, the real peace, not the one that people, I don't know, I keep hearing like there was a fake up. I don't think that's a real thing. I'm just picturing a saying that maybe was never a saying to begin with, like a fake off, I don't know, like, you know how sometimes people say this is the real thing when it really isn't the real thing, or they present it to be the real thing, but it never actually was, and then you realize it and you're like, damn, like, this is actually the real thing. I don't know if you had like that type of experience, but it feels like that's a big kind of like little backstory to this situation for pile number 2. But let us now begin the splitting of everything.
like, you guys know you're capable of this, but you're battling with like some sort of rage or anger of, I don't know if it's a shadow self or an inner child. There's something with rage internally that's being internalized still, repressed. And that's also something that's fighting you on moving forward. Okay, I'm just gonna move these cards over here and just make sure that we have space for choice A and choice B. Okay, so choice, let me put the cross here actually. We're gonna do this instead, guys. All right, thank you for your patience. Choice B, choice A. I just hit the table, sorry, I always do that. Okay, let us get my handy dandy book out and begin the everything. So what is choice A for pile number 2? What is choice A for pile number 2? Okay. We have received Mercury and in Scorpio. Is that Scorpio? No. Okay. I was just making sure because I saw the Scorpio symbol. Maybe that's why I felt like Mercury, Scorpio and Virgo vibes, because I was like, what is this? Okay. Mercury and Scorpio. Am I tripping? Like, what the hell? That's so weird. I think this is Virgo. Is it? I can't tell, dude. Okay, someone comment below, tell me if I'm just tripping. But the fact that it's Mercury, I don't know. Mercury and Scorpio. I'm just a little tripped out because it's kind of like my brain was going there. And then we got Mercury and Scorpio. I'm just really tripped out, sorry. So we have Mercury in Scorpio with extremism for choice A. It being in the 8th house, Mercury is the suit of change. Scorpio being about self-control and regeneration. So here is the imagery of the card if we had it. And the description for this imagery says, a dramatic, penny dreadful style illustration of a struggling couple, man and woman, fighting over the contents of a letter. The words have changed everything. A crow shrieks at the scene. Okay. There's fixed energy, all or nothing. But there's a lot more here, and I will get into it, but let me just write this down. So Mercury and Scorpio with extremism in the 8th house. Let us get choice B out so we can just move the book to the side. What is choice B for pile number 2? What is choice B for pile number 2? Venus. Okay, let's do it again. It feels like there's something around here. Okay, what is choice B for pile number 2? Interesting. Okay. We have another Mercury with Mercury in Gemini. Again, Mercury, the suit of change. With the keyword being excitement, ruling the 3rd house. Mercury, change, Gemini, mental awareness. There's such a big difference in energies with these card depictions. Here's a description associated with the image. On a prancing, nervous horse, a sagacious, I don't even know what that word means, figure blows a great horn. The echoes broadcasting like rays across a cloud sky. Behind an old, venerated tower symbolizes past wisdom and achievements. Okay, we already have everything we need with that. Okay. The tower, the venerated tower, symbolizes past wisdom and achievements behind an old, the word old. Coming up with a comma like that, there is emphasis on the word old. And I heard old, we kept hearing old, but you're away from it, you're proud of it, you're blowing that horn, the echoes broadcasting like rays across a cloudy sky because you are penetrating past it. I'm literally, that exact imagery feels like I saw that in my head with the door and the foot standstill. Okay. Mercury in Gemini in the third house with the keyword excitement. All right. So there is very two different and super distinct energies here with choice A and choice B, pile number 2. It really is either or. And they are extremes. Not to mention that they're both keywords that start with the letter E. So maybe E may have the letter E, escape. I don't know, I'm thinking of other words. Extra, exit, excellence, eggs. I don't know. The E may have some importance. A, B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E. Yeah, there is change being asked here. I was counting in the alphabet what the number, that letter, that E is. And it's the 5th letter in the alphabet. 5 is about change. Drastic change. Change that's like... And it makes sense with the movement you're going through. The devil, like, there is change and it's catastrophic. It's uncomfortable. It's like the number 5, when I think of that number and how it's about change, I think about Uranus energy and how things just come out, or Pluto energy. It just out of nowhere. Lightning in the middle of you taking a walk down a sidewalk. It comes out of nowhere and it can change your life forever. That type of change. And this is what it feels like. It feels like a turning point. It feels like a pivoting moment in your life. With choice A, the energy here ultimately is screaming, I either do it or I don't. Choice B here, it's interesting. They feel interconnected, but it's in the way you do it that matters. Does that make sense? Maybe this is about the journey you're on, but it's how you're going to go through it that you're trying to decide on. Like, how do I do this the right way? Because I was looking here earlier and I was thinking about whenever I get the God archetype in any reading, the first thing that comes to my head is the need for control. Because in a way, depending on your belief systems, there is ideologies out there. And this is something that I do believe in as well, that God is all, God is everything, God is me, God is you, God is this table. God is in every single thing here. Source, whatever the heck you want to call it. Because we're all energy. And so because of that feeling and that kind of like subconscious knowing that I feel like all of us is somewhat aware of, whether we want to believe it or not, right? It seems to me, because of it, that's why it can get so frustrating when things don't work out in your favor. And so there has been a development of some sort of need for control, a development of some sort of need for reassurance, knowing that if you go down this route, doing it the way you do it, that you will gain that success. The success will forever be inevitable, pile number 2, regardless of how you do it, as long as you don't give up on yourself. That's the only part of this journey that you get to decide for yourself and determine. That isn't a thing outside of you. That's you, pile number 2. That is a very specific channel message that came through, but that's something that I wanted to make very clear. It seems like this choice is how you do it. And I feel like it's because of this need for control. You're so scared on how to do it. You want to do it right, but you don't know which way on how to approach it. And that also makes sense why both keywords start with the letter E. So this is about the same thing. Like, you're not choosing this thing or that thing. It's more about how you deal with the thing in front of you. And those are the choices. Does that make sense? So now we're going to start understanding what's driving each of these choices here. And we're going to do that by pulling out past life cards, my soul lesson journey cards, and some yin yang oracles. So we're going to look at choice A first. So what is driving choice A for pile number 2. Do I take these? I feel like I do, but that was just so quick. This card, it feels like doesn't want to be here. This one wants to be here. Okay. This is adding some sort of, okay, I'm going to explain. I find it interesting that when I was shuffling, these just slid out like randomly, nonchalantly. Some landed here, but just one landed here. And I think this is adding emphasis to growth in summer. Yes, it masked over the devil because this is what choice B will be about. If you can overcome this need for control in how you do it and doing things perfectly, it's so extreme, it's so intense that sometimes it can suck the joy and the pleasure out of this, because at the end of the day, it's about the journey, not the destination. But here, you're going to be too blinded by the destination that you might even burn yourself out before you can even get there. And that's something I'm hearing. So I feel like this landed here as emphasis on that. So choice A is a lot about that. But what has drove this choice? Oh, I understand too. So the way of doing things at an extreme, if you go and take route this way, I am hearing that it's because of the need for growth. Like you have understood the importance of why you can't be doing things the same way that maybe you've done in the past. And this route is something that requires so much sacrifice mentally for you. Like you are assuming that you have to drop every single thing that is an old narrative to do this. And I'm going to be super honest with you. There is a lot of pressure in that assumption. There is a ridiculous amount of pressure that you're putting on yourself to get this right. Pile number 2. And I understand why, right? We had movement and then determination underneath. Like you are very hungry for growth right now. And you know that this is the right step. It's just figuring out on how to start it or how to do it properly. It's how you do it that matters. And sources literally provided you with this choice of choosing how to do it, right? Choice A and choice B. And choice A was birthed, it was driven by your need for growth. And maybe you tend to identify as something, as a person that's all or nothing. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because Scorpio is a fixed sign, Gemini is mutable. So those are very polar energies. Mutable is someone, energy is like a chameleon. Like they're able to adapt to situations well. They can flow with water. Scorpio might try to control which way the water is moving. They don't like taking no as an answer. They're extremely stubborn. Fixed signs tend to be the most extreme in nature. They are the most intense signs in nature. So they are very different energies. This one's more go with the flow. I can handle whatever comes because I know that I can shift or do this or do that in a different way. But this is, I have to do it this very fixed way or else it's not going to work. Make sense? Here, it lit up this desire to do it the right way. So I just want to make that clear. That's why growth landed there, okay? Next up, we do have fate, detours, and divine intervention. I don't know if you remember pile number 2, but we did get fate, fate earlier when we were looking at the meaning of the significator card with cross. So whatever, regardless of the choice you do at the end of the day, pile number 2, this is fated for you and you are on the right path, okay? Like if you doubt that, you are on the right path. Next up, we have deception and temptation. Okay, deception is coming up again. I don't know if you remember with the moon in reverse, it said self-deception and temptation. Temptation is devil-like energy, and that is exactly why growth and summer landed on top of there. The way of the order in which I am revealing each card matters, by the way. I want to make that clear in case you guys haven't noticed yet. This one's standing out here on the side. It wants to be seen. I'm hearing the words on its own wanted to come out of my mouth, but then I stopped myself because source said no, it wants to be paired. Okay. We have separation and longing. Okay, I get it now. And they're both black and white. This deception and temptation and separation and longing, there's black and white energy here. monochromatic, I think it's called. This is old. This is the old narrative. Because if you, this is the easier way. This is the most extreme way of doing it, this path. But what's driving this choice is how you used to take care of things and do things your whole life. You're so used at putting all your eggs in one basket. That's the easier way to do this, but it's the way that makes you suffer the most. And I'm going to be, okay, this is going to sound very shadow worky, so trigger warning. I had like a shoot of goosebumps when I was about to say what I was going to say. Source, okay, we got to hold space, we got to trigger warn. This is a trauma-informed space. It's old. This is already learnt. You were taught growing up or something like this. You were reflected this from a young age, that to do things right, you have to do it on your own. But to put things on your own adds so much pressure. And I don't know if you were like put in a position to like grow up really fast, do things right the first time, or don't do them at all. I don't know if you were like extremely scolded if you did something or got like bad grades or something like that. But the only reason why choice A looks intriguing, even though it creates the most suffering, is because you're used to suffering than you are with enjoying, than you are with letting emotional pleasure and fulfillment come in, than you are with peace. That's why these choices are here. This is the way you were taught to do it, raised to be. And these two are paired. We have detachment and cold. Yep, you just want to get it over with, but then that sucks the joy out of this whole journey. And then we have shadow side. I literally just said that. And I said it, like, this feels like I'm sorry guys if I move the cards like this. It's like I said, it's because of my focus box. I'm gonna probably shut off my camera soon to fix it. We have shadow side, moon, and the dark night. This is the part in your life story, pile number 2, where you are facing your truth. You're facing all the parts that maybe you've repressed, and you're looking at them face on and saying, I know that you're trying to protect me, but we don't need to do it this way like we've always done. Oh my God, I want to cry. You're so hard on yourself. That's the devil. So it's like you know now that the devil came through, and I said it felt like this is an inner child, a shadow side. Remember I said that? I believe, or something like that. This isn't something that's trying to purposely hurt you, pile number 2. This choice comes in the survival mechanism that you developed inside of yourself to begin with, before life even took place before your own very eyes. This was all here to protect you, but now it's getting caught in a crossfire or on a tightrope. And this tightrope you have to balance because it has such a thin line from falling into dread, or reaching your goal. Like, that's such a tight, such a thin, what's the word? Tightrope that you have to cross over to get there. And it requires so much balance, consistency, endurance, and stamina. But are you able to be that hard on yourself the entire time? And that's where I think when we look at the future each choice creates is going to kind of unravel to us. I don't think we need these cards, but I will shuffle them because I know that you guys probably love getting cards out as much as possible for confirmation, because I know that you guys are a little bit of a paranoid pile. So let us continue here. Let's add a Soul Lessons Journey card. So what is driving choice A for pile number 2? What is driving choice A for pile number 2? Okay. I caught it, so I'm not going to count it. Okay. Back of the deck is fear. We have fear, and it says, I realize that I am testing my resolve to live in the energy of love. I realize that I am testing my resolve to live in the energy of love. That is what choice B would do. But choice A is aligned with the past, and the past knows more fear than it does faith. Next up, we have forgiveness. This is a soul lesson. And choosing this choice, I acknowledge that harboring resentment blocks the flow of love. You feel like you can bypass the part of like learning how to love yourself the right way if you were to take choice A. And what I mean by that is it can be hard to take your time doing something, even though that's technically the way where you reap the most rewards, where you gain the most wisdom, where you have the most enjoyment while getting to the same end goal at the end of the day. It's easier to just do it detached from it and being in a survival state, just like you were before you even started the journey, right? It's easier that way. It seems to me like choice A was birthed in that way of doing things, because you think that if you can dissociate, if you can numb from the situation, it'll be easier to deal with in the long run. But how do you feel peace if you shut it off? Everything else. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's protection. That's the survival mechanism. Okay, let's get one more card here for this side. What is driving choice A for pile number 2? What is driving choice A for pile number 2? Okay. We have ruler and leader. I only look at the words that are upright. So we have, oh my God, focus. We have leadership, leader, and ruler. Yeah, because this is the thing that's leading over everything else right now. It's trying to get in the driver's seat of your life. It's trying to protect you. So I don't know. I feel like this is enough confirmation here with choice A. Let us move into choice B. This is the one way you know how to do things very well. This is easier. Choice B. It's interesting, right? Because we had excitement. This is extremism. This seemed more intense. This seems more freeing, fulfilling. But this is the side that you don't know much about. That's the side that scares you more, actually, because that one's going to be the most uncomfortable. Let's see it. What is driving choice B for pile number 2? What is driving choice B for pile number 2? We have action, courage, Jupiter. I love this. And beginnings. Action, courage, Jupiter, and beginnings with the fire. I love this. And I will explain. Back of the deck here. Beautiful. There's emphasis here. Apology and forgiveness. So this is showing me currently like your energy, pile number 2. You are in a state of like really trying to make peace with yourself right now and do things the right way. I feel like your mind thinks that choice A, or how you were going to do it before watching this video, was going to be the right way, because that was the learned way, the way that you know the best at doing things. But with choice B, and the fact that you just got one yin yang oracle card, I feel like that says a lot here. And it makes sense, because Jupiter is, we did get moon, but that's subconscious, and that's still the same thing with shadow side and dark night, and we talked more about it. Jupiter's the planet of expansion, abundance, good fortune, and just growth, excess of things. This is the path and the side of you that's soul-led. Choice B was driven by your higher self. Remember how I said there's like that thing where God is everything, God is everyone. God is inside you, God is inside me. This is my belief. If you don't support, if you don't believe it, then pretend that I'm not talking right now. But with that, that means you are always meant to be ever expanding, ever evolving. That's where real growth comes in. That's where real courage to do this beginning comes in. That's where your new story is born. And this is just the origin story. This is what's driving the choice. And the fact that one yin yang card came out, I feel like is just pointing to the one and only, your higher self. Source. Source was driving this choice for you. And that's why you're in this turning point. And you're meant to see it, whether you acknowledged it or not before clicking here. There's a reason why you're still listening, right? Okay. What is driving choice B for pile number 2? What is driving choice B for pile number 2? Okay. Oops. We have success. Wow. Out of everything that could have came out, success. I know, I'm trying to make this focus. I'm sorry, guys, my camera. I know that there is no greater goal than to love. I know that there is no greater goal than to love. This is the way. And I knew there was going to be a call out here. I had a warning before we started, right? And I will add into this. They were trying to bypass the healing. Pile number 2. When we bypass things, things don't last forever. That's why the things that are worth it in life take time to build. Okay. What's driving choice B for pile number 2? What's driving choice B for pile number 2? Okay. This is so interesting. The words upright that landed for us is spiritual questioning of authority. I believe this is confirmation that this is telling us right now that weird intuitive nudge whenever you feel called to slow down, whenever you feel called to take a step back, whenever you feel called to put a pin in something so you can sit on it without feeling pressured to have an answer right then and there. Like those feelings, that's your higher self speaking to you. That's source within you right now. And now I get why there's 2 archetypes that landed on top of each other, because literally God, source, spirit, fill in the blank, is here helping you overcome this right now. They are literally guiding you, giving you breadcrumbs, and trying to whisper sweet things into your ear to help you do things the way where your soul finds peace while getting there. This is a journey of regulating your nervous system right now. Your nervous system is built off of emotional memory and lessons and things that your brain has learned over time. Choice A is driven by survival mechanisms that made you who you are in the past. There's still a lost sense of self, though. There might be parts of you, pile number 2, that you have yet to fully understand about yourself or even discover just yet. I feel like some of you guys are on the brink of going through some sort of self-discovery journey through this process, and the decision you make will really very much determine that. But with choice B, the driving factors here was what's best for you. And sometimes we might be blinded to what's best for us when we get swallowed whole by the fear and the illusions. This is, again, like I said, very like a black and white thing. And Source is trying to guide you to question these things, because where there's curiosity, there is more expansion. And where you don't really know all the answers to something, that's where you know that there will be fear, but where there's fear, there's more growth to come. And that's where you have more faith. That's where you go through more individuality. That's where you find more autonomy within yourself. That's where you start realizing who you truly are and have always been underneath all these fears and masks. And you're on that journey right now. Maybe that's scary. Maybe you had to learn how to put on a front of just doing things dissociating. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I look to my right. I wasn't planning on doing this, but it feels like it wanted to come through for a reason for you guys. And I think it's going to validate a lot of you guys here. But this is the card facing like this. I'm not going to say the word, but you can see it. Maybe this is where you came from. Maybe this is something that is very strong in your field. And this is super new to you. Choosing things, doing things on your own, making decisions for yourself, because you're still learning how to do that. Maybe you're still, oh my gosh, these cards just fell out like this. Maybe you're still in a journey of just trying to understand who you want to be. And that's completely normal. And Source is trying to validate that by giving you this opportunity to make this choice through listening to this reading. So now with that being said, this is the time where we're going to look and see the future that each of these choices create for you. And we're going to be doing that by getting some tea leaf cards out for choice A and choice B. Okay, so let us do choice A first. What is the future that choice A creates for pile number 2? What is the future that choice A creates for pile number 2? Okay, I think that's enough for this deck of cards. Let's do this one. What is the future that choice A creates for pile number 2? What is the future that choice A creates for pile number 2? Okay. Back of the deck wants to come through. We did get older woman shooting out. Dealing's a relationship with an older woman, but I feel like older person, this is about staying stuck in letting the thing control you rather than you controlling it. This is you controlling it. Even when it doesn't feel like it, learning how to flow, you are literally consciously choosing to learn how to flow and release the control. That's you choosing to control it. When you let it control you, you're doing everything in your power to make things go your way. And that's how you know it's controlling you. Does that make sense? And I think that's why the older woman shot out. Because you're going to keep doing things the same way you were doing it before. And you might expect a different result, but the fulfillment doesn't come through the result. It comes through the journey and how you get there. Because this is what helps you become who you're meant to become for your desired future. This keeps you the same. Back of the deck coming through here with choice A, we have the wheel with indecisiveness, allowing your life to ramble aimlessly. Literally what I just said, right? I keep you the same. And that adds emphasis here with older women. Okay. Let us now shuffle for choice B. We're going to do the same thing, okay? Let whatever comes out, what doesn't come out, it doesn't come out, okay? So what is the future choice B creates for pile number 2? What is the future that choice B creates for pile number 2? I have my eyes closed, guys, so give me a second. What is the future that choice B creates for pile number 2? Okay, let the card fall out, source. What is the future that choice B creates for pile number 2? Okay. I was like, does it want to fall out or not? All right, so what? We have 2 months of the year. Interesting. Back of the deck wants to be seen here. And this is so interesting. Back of the deck is younger woman. So we had older woman, younger woman for choice B. And that's how you know this one is going to be uncomfortable, unknown territory, because it is new. All right, so we have money path. Oh, wow. Okay. A path with money is waiting for you to find it. And then the 2 months of the year we have is June and January, 2 J's. So maybe July. June, January, July. Maybe these months are from between January to June. Maybe from January to June. J. Maybe your name starts with J. Maybe 12 or, 1 or 6 has meaning to you. The 16th, 6 or 1. You know, do what you may or feel called to with these. A path with money is waiting for you to find it. Well, that's giving us confirmation for certainty, right? And we had success here. So this is the path where you'll be able to like actually hold it for longer. There's a card peeking out here and it's bothering me. Inkpot, problems to be resolved. Yeah. So there is things that need to be resolved right now. What else came out that didn't come out? September. And sorry, I'm just checking. Horse, short journey. Yeah. I feel like your mind's like trying to like play tricks on you. And then we also had taking a vacation physically or mentally. Yeah, your mind like was trying to like play tricks on you, pile number 2, on how hard this journey actually like has to be. And this way is going to make it feel exactly how you're assuming it to be. But doing it this way, where you flow, you learn how to do this with rewiring your brain. You learn how to do this choice when you start to trust yourself a little more. Listen to the pacing at which your body wants to move at. Understand what your intuition's trying to tell you before you go ahead and answer for yourself before you even know your truth. Does that make sense? These are the moments where choice B will help you be able to get to that success for you. And I feel like obviously it's saying choice B is the desired future thing. So let us now move into your higher self's guidance regarding all of this, because I believe that's really going to help us be able to just piece everything together to help you better understand how to start on this choice B, right? Because I'm assuming that's what you guys are going to want to do after this reading and you're done with it. So now I understand why I felt called to use my Law of Attraction tarot deck for you guys. I'm still on the journey of like fully understanding this deck, but we're gonna use intuition, solely intuition and channeling to use the deck today. Because if you guys aren't familiar with Law of Attraction deck, I know a lot of people use it on YouTube, but if you look at the actual booklet and like how to decipher the cards meanings, they're very, very different in comparison to regular Rider-Waite tarot. So it's very interesting. So we're going to be using the tarot deck as well as my clarifying life situations cards for your higher self's insight and guidance on this. Okay, so let us do that now. And we're just going to place these cards directly on top of both of these choices. Now that we know which choice source is really asking you or nudging you to choosing, right? What is pile number 2's higher self's guidance at this moment regarding the decision in front of them? Okay, so we got 3 cards. Back of the deck is the 5 of Wands. 5 of Wands usually is about conflict of interest. These are wind turbines, right? So we need force sometimes in our life to like challenge, to decide how badly we want something. And in that moment, through that force, the thing that's trying to push you, give you resistance, that's when you're going to see how bad do you actually want it. Do you want this thing that you're desiring? What is under here? The 10 of Pentacles. Ooh, because in my head, I was like, after I said what I just said with this card, in my head, I don't even remember what it said, but it was like, it's something you want, like, this is about yourself versus you, or like, something you want for yourself, or like, I don't remember what came through my head. See, like sometimes a message just comes through, I need to just let it come out of my mouth next time. But the 10 of Pentacles is underneath. So this is about you right now. Your higher self's guidance is kind of like, this is about you finding out how badly you really want to do this and have the legacy that you've always wanted for yourself. And when you ask yourself about the legacy, or ask yourself about that goal or that desired future, how are you feeling in that desired future? What emotions are going through that future version? Pile number 2. What thoughts do they have? What belief systems, narrative, stories are they putting in their head at that moment? What are they capable of?
What have they accomplished to get to where they are? Is this version of you right now willing to get to that point? But how can they get there if they keep staying and doing things the same way? That's where choice B comes in. This card landed at the top. So let's see. We have the Judgment, right? No, Sun. Oh my God, I'm crazy. We have the Sun card. We have the Sun card. Sorry, that really confused me for a second. So with the Sun card coming through, this is giving me a big indicator that, and it landed on top of choice B, your higher self's guidance is literally guiding the way right now and telling you that you already know this is the way. And I feel like a lot of you listening to this don't even need specific details on what this choice B is or consists of, because you guys already know what I'm talking about. There's something that you know you do very strongly that helps you get things, right? Like, you know, you can like count on it. And I'm putting quotes on that because it's still kind of iffy. It doesn't have the strongest foundations and it's not enjoyable how you do it. But your life's filled with anxiety while you do things. You know, there's nerves, there's panic, there's fear everywhere. Maybe it's hard to connect. Maybe it's hard to relax. Maybe you don't even know the last time when relaxing and you had no thoughts in your head were, because that was those are just such rare occurrences for you. Maybe you have to reach burnout to even get there. Here we have the King of Cups and what is this? I think the Queen of Pentacles. Give me a second, guys. Let me just check. King. I'm just checking to see Knight, if this is the right symbol. Page. Okay. Right? Let me just make sure. Is this the page? Page. I'm looking for a queen. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, this is the page. We have the Page of Pentacles, again, coming up. Page of Pentacles, and the King of Cups. Your higher self's guidance is asking you to choose with your heart right now. And your heart isn't always going to tell you to be the hustler. Your heart isn't always going to ask you to grind. Your heart isn't always going to ask you to be on the computer nonstop. Like, I'm just giving you metaphors and things that I've dealt with in the past regarding the relevance of this situation, just so you guys can compare. But apply to those things like the way I'm sharing it as you see fit based off of your own personal situation, pile number 2. Because your higher self's guidance is very simple and clear. Why do you keep ignoring what your soul, how your heart is asking you to move through this? It wants the best for you. Your brain wants you to just survive, but your heart wants the best for you. Do you see the difference? Your brain wants you physically alive. That's what it was designed to keep you physically alive and breathing, right? With a heartbeat. But your heart was designed to guide you to a place where you can live and feel fully alive. Not just be alive, but feel fully alive. The mind wants you to just be alive, survive, be alive, and your heart wants you to feel alive. Okay. What is pile number 2's higher self's guidance regarding this entire thing? What is pile number 2's higher self's guidance regarding this entire thing? Okay. Back of the deck, connections guide. Harness the power of networks, cultivate meaningful relationships, and strategize your path to success. Yes, connecting to yourself is the way. Okay, I'm going to pick up the card that fell. Oh, and we had another tea leaf card. Okay, interesting. I just saw it under my chair, so I'm going to pair it with this. I feel like there's a reason why. This landed sideways, so we're going to read both. Kangaroo. Unsettled times need to plan ahead. Walking unscathed.
You were fortunate. A trap was laid, but your wisdom kept you from falling into it. Protected. Find solace in the safety of knowing you are sheltered and guided through life's tempests toward tranquil shores. So these are, we're both under. Unsettled times need to plan ahead. Yes, okay. I think I understand that. Interesting. We're gonna put this up here. This is where opportunity is laid. And then these landed with each other like this. This is here. We're gonna look at where everything is. So these wanna be said first because they landed down here with your higher self's guidance. So we're going to read them together. This is sideways. I think this is influencing this message. We're only reading the things upright. We have spiritual retreat. Seek solitude to reconnect with your inner wisdom and emerge rejuvenated. But influencing it is the meadow of moments. Bask in the meadow of moments where presence blossoms in the simplicity of now. And happiness is simple, literally. Find joy in life's small wonders, for they hold the key to a fulfilling and contented heart. My gosh, I can't talk. Spiritual, yes. I'm getting it now. Are these things we want to say after? Yes. Okay, so it's telling me to pause. Okay. Pile number 2, adding into your higher self's guidance right now. We have a lot of crosses, right? We have the cross shape here. We had the regular cross that was the significator card, and then we have another cross set up with these cards landing on top of each other the way they did. You're being called to remember that some of the feelings that you feel like you've had to chase for a very long time, your higher self is telling you you always had access to them at this very moment, but you've been stuck in the survival mode. And that was your biggest block from feeling those things. You've been so much closer than you ever realized to a lot of the goals you've been trying to accomplish for yourself. But because you never really let yourself get to the core wound, the root source of these things, you thought you could bypass the situation. You can skip steps. You can shortcut it, skip over it, and not deal with the things that feel that not so comfy. And now you're realizing that isn't the way. Your higher self, at least, is trying to help you realize that that never was the way for you. And this is your wake-up call. This is your divine intervention moment. Yep, we have God. So on top of God and Addict, the crossing setup, we have another clarifying life message card landing with Seek Truth. Embrace clarity. Embrace clarity as revelations unfold. Keep an open mind for answers. Illuminate the path to understanding. This is where you're meant to be like brutally honest with yourself. Because if you do resonate with that belief about God and like God isn't everything or whatever, why do you think you're incapable of manifesting your freedom right now? You can feel free right now when you change your perspective. Think about the Matrix movie. And what's interesting, I kept thinking about Matrix when I first started your reading, and I never even fully saw the movie, but I was just thinking about that part where it's like you take the red pill or the blue pill, and then like which one are you going to take? And that's kind of how your choices really felt like, literally. And it is a Matrix moment because that changes your life forever, depending on which pill you take. Which one are you willing to take? The one where you realize you've had more control over everything than you realized, and you just need to understand how to use that power, or the one where you let the things control you and just keep acting unaware of it. And this is all coming from a place of love, okay? I want to make that clear. I've been here before, and I call this the rock, quote unquote, bottom. So if this feels like a rock bottom, I believe that a rock bottom moment is defined as the moment where you define it as the rock bottom. And it'll feel like a rock bottom because you're going to wake up from it. It's only rock bottom when you realize where you're at and you have that decision energy here to decide red pill or blue pill. Are you going to let this control you? The rock bottom moment energy? Or are you going to let this charge you, energize you forward to go take action, to get to that inner peace, what the definition of freedom means for you. But do it at a way where you don't sacrifice or cost yourself your peace that you can literally sustain inside yourself while getting to your overall end goal and mission. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense, but that's what your higher self is trying to say. So The final clarifying life situation card we have here landed on top of the Page of Pentacles and the Moon in reverse. And the message upright is stop and reflect. Pause in your journey to appreciate how far you've come and where you're headed. Exactly. Like you've had a lot of like rest cards if you haven't noticed. And I think that you're being called to do like some type of journaling, some type of thing where you make a list of all your accomplishments. Like what have you achieved for yourself so far, pile number 2? Because I think that when you get stuck in survival mechanisms, we forget how much we've overcome because we're so freaking hard on ourselves. And I kept channeling so much of that energy at the beginning. And maybe even going through some sort of shadow work can really help you with this, because it seems to me like you're really just being called to go inside yourself and befriend that side of you, the sides and pieces of you that you maybe have always struggled with looking at and holding space for. Now I do feel like Source is nudging me to share something with you guys, but we're going to keep going and we're going to see like a grounded step forward you can take. But before we begin that journeying together, I did feel called to share with you now. Source is giving me an opening. I did recently, not recently, but recently at the same time, start a waiting list to start beginning to hold space for virtual healing circles, gatherings, events, workshops, all things healing related. So what that means is that sometimes these events might be about neuroscience and how to rewire your brain. That's healing focused. But then there might be other things about astrology and how to use your natal chart for the purposes of self-discovery and understanding yourself at a deeper level, you know? So there's a lot of different things. Maybe there's going to be full moon circles, new moon circles, astrological things like readings, collective readings, circles, just everything you can think of we're going to do. Shadow work ceremonies. There's a lot of different things that I have up my sleeve in mind and in store for you guys. If you are interested in signing up on the waiting list, I'm trying to get enough people interested in the virtual circles before I make that a reality and get consistent with them. Please go to the description box below this video, click on the link. It's gonna take you to the form to sign yourself up, okay? And in that form, you're gonna see I hit the camera, sorry. In that form, you're gonna see like an area once you get through the form in the middle, where you're going to get to check mark each and every single specific topic and subject that you want to get informed on. And I'll send you emails. I'll update you. You can even, there's an option for you to put in your phone number if you want to get updates that way. But this is not for spam. I want to make that extremely clear. I do not spam people. I will only and specifically solely use your email to update you when events are coming up. Okay. So, and maybe sometimes if you would like it, like randomly dropped downloaded emails, but like that's very rare and divinely guided and led. Okay. So everything I do is very no fluff. If you can't tell by my talking style, by the way I do these readings, and I'm just here helping you heal. So I did feel called to offer that to you in case you feel like because it seems like to me you are being called to do some sort of shadow work. If you are curious as well, or maybe the waiting list thing is not something you feel open to doing, maybe it's too scary, it's too soon, emotional witnessing might feel like a little bit too much for you, peer support, things like that, you can also check out a video I have on my YouTube channel, which is called How to Turn a Crisis into a Spiritual Awakening. Highly recommend you check it out, and I feel like this can also be very helpful for you to have this turning point moment, or maybe even feed more energy into this reading already, okay? Pile number 2. Let us now finish up your reading by getting some grounded steps forward that you can take right now by using my Soul Truth Self-Awareness deck. Maybe this will actually give you a journaling prompt, and my Sacred Creators Oracle deck, and we will do that together now, and then maybe an affirmation, because I feel called to do that too. Okay. So let me just get the cards out. What is a grounded step forward for pile number 2 to take? What is a grounded step forward for pile number 2 to take? Okay. We have 2 Sacred Creator cards coming out. We're going to use the booklet. The fact that this came out sideways, I feel like Source is asking me to just read the wording. So we're not going to look at the meaning of this card, but we're going to look at the meaning of this one. So, because it came upright. So we have rise, and it came up sideways, kind of near the middle. And I feel like it's because you're being called to rise. This is a rising. This is a commencement. Kind of like how dolphins jump out of the water. You are under, you're rising because of the sun. And then we have the edge of evolution feels messy. This is exactly what it feels like you're at right now. The edge of evolution. That statement just sounds so powerful. I want to make it like a freaking sticker. Okay. The edge of evolution feels messy. I love that. Okay. Let's see in the booklet. We are going to number 40. Okay. So, sorry, you guys, I'm trying to make this focus. Okay, essential meanings: evolution of the soul, rapid change, growth, and a plethora of new opportunities surrendering to uncertainty. Self-care message: a need to trust, not being able to see the light at the end of the tunnel, accepting new teachings and the wonderful unknown, giving yourself permission to fail in order to grow. That's literally what your whole reading was about so far. The edge of change is a veritable cornucopia of opportunity. When you think of life as a giant, ever-expanding puzzle, you will see that growth begins at the edges, and that most of the excitement happens just beyond the boundaries of what you can perceive, and it happens just beyond the edges of your own comfort zone. As things shift and germinate around you, you may notice how uncertain it feels beyond the known. It's time to bring yourself to your personal growth edge, to look into the abyss of creation. Poke your toe into the open space that lies beyond, and the right opportunity will, as if by magic, move into your awareness. This magical changing expanse is surging with the building blocks of all creation. This is where source energy is working on your behalf. I literally said that. Bringing you the maybe that's why Page of Pentacles came up twice. Bringing you the opportunities you have asked for. Everything and anything is possible during this time of rapid transformation, and as you stand at the precipice of your beautiful evolution, know that this energy is organic and malleable. Begin directing the landscapes of your reality that are coming into form. Are you giving yourself permission to try new things and to, quite possibly, fail a few times in order to find out what works? And laugh it off. That wanted to come through. Do you rejoice in the unknown and partake in the adventure of your own evolution? Why not or how? That's Mercury and Gemini, choice B. What areas of your life are you actively evolving, and what puzzle pieces are you calling in to work with? If you could choose, what would be the next big piece to arrive? Please pause this. Please screenshot this. Please take notes. Do what you need to do. These are very, very good prompts to work on. Please, pile number 2, I really feel like you are extremely guided to do this. Okay, I'm going to move the book now. You read my words, okay? Or heed my words, I don't know. Let us continue. Let us now get a self-awareness card and then an affirmation. All right. What is the grounded step forward for pile number 2? That was very quick, Source. Okay. So we have, oh my God. Dude, I was telling you, mutable sign. How can I be more flexible right now? What are you trying to control? Maybe it's time to let go. Let love move through you today and trust the outcome will be for your highest good. Today's soul action: remind yourself all day long that you are safe, that life is happening for you, and that you're not alone. Then do some yoga. You literally have the protected card. Like, you need to understand, pile number 2. I know it's scary, but the scariest things just means that you're growing and that you are supported during this time, my love. Now, let us get a beautiful affirmation from the Universe Has Your Back deck for you to finish up. Okay. It fell. All right. It says, instead of praying for an outcome, I pray for the highest good for all. Instead of praying for an outcome, I pray for the highest good for all. I am randomly feeling called to look at the back of the deck. So let us add these or combine them together. My faith has the power to turn trauma into healing, conflict into growth, and fear into love. My faith has the power to turn trauma into healing, conflict into growth, and fear into love. Exactly. Conflict into growth was the Five of Wands energy with Law of Attraction deck. Instead of praying for an outcome, I pray for the highest good of all. Just believing in the optimism is what helps you be able to keep moving. Do you understand how these two things come together? It's the mind shift. It's the perspective. So with that being said, pile number 2, this was your reading, my beautiful soul. I really, from the bottom of my flipping heart, hope that this reading gave you everything that you needed at this time of your life. I hope it helped you understand the choices to make, the insight that you needed at this moment. Don't forget, if you do feel like you're needing a little bit more steps on how to do this, and this wasn't enough for you, please check out the How to Turn a Crisis into a Spiritual Awakening video, because I share my own personal experience and the steps I did to help turn it into this, and it can probably help you be able to start, okay? But with that, remember to, oh, and I also have another video that I think could help with this. If you're having trouble learning how to get out of the whole hustle culture mentality, the hustle mentality, what's the word? Can't stop, won't stop mentality. I do have a couple wisdom nugget videos on that. And I think it's like, when hustle culture meets a dysregulated nervous system, I think that's one of them. I don't remember the titles because I make them channeled in the moment titles. And then I think I have a couple. Just explore my YouTube channel if you feel the call to. And I do have a lot of resources on there to help you out with that. Remember that my YouTube channel, I created it to help you guys grow, help you guys become the most healed version of yourselves each and every day, and just doing everything you can in your power. And I do everything in my power to give you guys the insight and resources you might need to go through that journey. And if you do feel called, I am offering one-on-one sessions right now. And to get a free soul clarity call with me, to get a soul clarity call with me, it is completely free. Oh my God, I can't talk. I'm sorry, guys. And honestly, I just want to let you know, I believe in you. I'm so proud of you for being here till the very end of this reading. Please give this reading a thumbs up if it did resonate. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day, or wherever you are in the world while watching this. I hope you enjoy where you are at. I send you so much unconditional love, so many blessings, and may you be happy, may you be loved, and may you be safe and supported through all the years to come. Bye. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number 3s. And if this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the house card with the number 4, and it has the King of Hearts at the side, then you already know that this reading is 100% for you in regards to helping you see the exact choice that is most aligned with your desired future. And the way we're going to be doing this reading today, I did explain it in the intro, so if you haven't, listen to the intro fully through. Highly recommend you do. I share the collective back of the deck energy when I selected the significator cards. We did get crossroads for everyone, regardless of the pile you went to, but I dive more into that at the intro. And I kind of gave you guys like a bit of a rundown on exactly how we're going to be breaking this reading up to today. But when it comes to the card that aided you in selecting this pile, I did end up feeling called to use my Malefique Lenormand Oracle deck to be the significator cards. And this is a deck that I still have it's a very intriguing deck, and it uses symbols and images and associates them with certain like meanings or keywords. So for the house, I already pulled it up over here. We're going to be diving into that together. But before I start like diving into this, I do want to just share with you guys so you're aware.
I am at the tail end of a cold or like overcoming it, and my sinuses are very like congested. I did take a decongestant pill before I started recording, but I am extremely prone to sinus infections, so I feel like what you're hearing is probably something in my body trying not to become that. And so, imagine me without the decongestant, then that would be a different thing. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind. If I sound like I'm heavily breathing, I'm so sorry. I'm just getting over something because I know that can be annoying for some people. Same with coughing. I might cough. But, I wanted to show up. And what was the other thing I was going to say? Oh, make sure that you have something to take notes with, write with, or even using the device you're using to listen to. If it's a smartphone or a smart device, you might have the notes section if you have an iPhone or an Apple device. So, just make sure you take notes. It feels as if what we're going to be diving into today, pile number 3, has a lot to do with your foundation. And that's not just because of the house, but there's like some sort of inner journeying choice. I don't know. That's at least that's the energy I'm picking up on. I was just staring at the card. That's why I did a long pause. But with the number 4 is about foundations. But then we think about the major arcana. Number 4 is the emperor, right? So they are the authoritarian figure of all the other kings. They're the king of kings. It's ruled by Aries. Aries are like pioneering energy. They're powerful, they're fiery, they're ruled by Mars. But there's a steadfast energy to this that I don't know about. And maybe that could be the decision energy that I'm picking up on. We're going to have to see. I was just trying to see what energies are coming through just by looking at the card. But here is the meaning of the card, like the keywords that go along with it, and then we're going to jump right into it, my beautiful souls. So for house, it is 4. We have house, home affairs, stability, protection, real estate, and traditions. Bears are like bear medicine. Bear might be your like totem animal. Like bears might be of significance to you. I don't know why bear popped into my head. But 4 is, for me, my life path number in numerology. So it's a lot about like building blocks. But I don't feel like you're building yet something. It's still like there's something that you're like, I don't know. It just feels like this is before the building stuff happens. Like what do you do before that? I don't know. We're going to see. So with that, I'm just going to keep this over here. For context, we're going to bring your card over there. And what we're going to do to start with this first section, we're going to be looking at the overall decision energy that is in front of you right now. And we're going to do that by using my Learning Tarot deck, my Prism deck, and my Archetypes deck. But then after that, to understand it even better, we're going to then, after we understand the overall theme and the decision energy that's going on, we are then going to split it up into choice A and choice B. And we're going to do that. I already have 2 papers. I wrote choice A and choice B on. And I'm just showing you so you guys know like what I'm going to be doing with this. We're going to split it up. And to split it up, we're going to write down on these papers natal chart placement that we get out of my Oracle of the Radiant Sun booklet. Okay? So we're going to start by looking at the decision energy first, the overall energy, before we start looking at the choices. But I'm going to tell you, with pile 1 and pile 2, Source had a mind of its own, their own. So I'm going to keep an open mind. Normally, my original goal when I started this, I had this idea of a topic to do in this in my channel. I was aiming to get 1 card, okay? Source doesn't listen to ego. Source does what Source wants, and I'm here just being the messenger and the channeler. So I'm holding space for whatever's meant to happen organically. I'm not going to force anything. I'm not going to try to control anything. Let's see if the way I'm doing it and I'm telling you right now is going to happen. If it doesn't, then, you've been warned, okay? I just don't want to give you guys an expectation and then Source changes it up. So let us begin by getting these cards out for you. So what is the decision energy in front of pile number 3? What is the decision energy in front of pile number 3? I was just trying to see if there was any other cards. So we did get one. Back of the deck is protection. Okay, so there is a keyword popping out here. We have protection. It did say, what? Protection. Yes, protection. Protection, protection. I'm going to place this right underneath here. So I want us to keep that in mind. Okay. Maybe a little bit too much though. That's coming through in my head. I heard maybe a little bit too much, question mark. Okay, let us get the other cards out. What is the decision energy in front of pile number 3? What is the decision energy in front of pile number 3 whenever they come across this video? Okay, we actually got one archetype card. That is a surprise. Every other pile has gotten 2 shooting out. So, you know, you guys are the only pile that got 1. I'm very, very curious. All right. We're going to take reversals for this. What is the decision energy in front of pile number 3? Okay. You guys, I think, have the most tarot cards out of everyone. This isn't by mistake. The cards, the way they shot out, this is upright. It wants to be revealed to us first. Before we look at it, we're going to look at the back of the deck. These landed here. Did you guys see? I had my eyes closed, so I just opened them and I just saw the cards, like some here, some there. Did you guys see it? I don't know. I'm going to have to watch the video while I edit it. But back of the deck energy, we have the Knight of Cups in reverse. Whenever we have reversals here, we ignore everything that's upside down and we just read what's upright. We have unrequited love, heartbreaker, manipulator, one night stand, and cheating. Back of the deck energy. Back of the deck energy here was also protection. Okay, we're going to keep that in mind. And I believe we are meant to keep kind of like connecting pieces. So, all right. So, oh, and then I didn't show you this. This is here though. Okay, we'll see. We have the Two of Cups in reverse with disharmony, disconnection, imbalance, inequality, incompatibility, and unhappy couples. Instability. And then Mama Bear energy coming through on this side. Okay, before we reveal these, let us look at these upper cards first. So for Prism, we have happiness. And then for the archetype, oh, 2 oranges. Wow, that's trippy. We have hero/heroine. Light attribute, passion for a journey of personal empowerment. Shadow attribute, escapism and false sense of heroism. There is definitely a theme trying to get portrayed here. And I think these cards are meant to feed more into this. These cards are meant to feed more into that. We're going to combine them together, okay? Actually, I'm going to place house in the middle so we remember this is the decision energy that you're facing. Okay, so first up, we're starting here because this is where it was. We have the Wheel of Fortune in reverse and the Two of Pentacles upright following that Two of Cups in reverse. So Wheel of Fortune in reverse. Bad luck, upheaval, disorder, external forces, lack of control, disruption, unwelcome change, delays, and setbacks. And then we have Two of Pentacles, balance, trying to find balance. It's with the third eye chakra, resourcefulness, ups and downs, adaptability, flexibility, juggling life, juggling money, balancing books, transferring money, profit and loss. Maybe, I believe this is Capricorn energy.
Then there's also Jupiter here. There's too much. There is too much stuff going on. And for some reason, when I'm looking at the Two of Pentacles, I think I see like a ship and there's like crazy waves in the background, like disruption. Learning how to ride through those highs and lows with the happiness. And then now I just realized when I slid this down, there's protection, but then there's the word strength peeking through. And I don't believe in coincidences. I believe everything is divinely led in these readings. So let's just keep going, because I really do think that once I look at everything in the bigger picture, we'll be able to kind of like go right into the decision energy you're facing right now. So the cards that are helping us understand this hero and heroine archetype better is the Three of Cups in reverse and the Four of Wands upright. Again, we have that Cancer card energy. So Three of Cups in reverse, overindulgence, gossiping, can't say that word, lack of social life. Four of Wands, community is the key word. We have the throat chakra here. We have Aries energy, Mars energy, happy families, reunion, coming home, celebrations. This is 4. Surprises, parties, weddings, events, feeling welcome, community or family coming together, community spirit, teamwork, success. Okay. See, I appreciate myself for holding space to look at all this together first, because there is some decision energy here, and decision energy has a lot to do with waking up. And I remember I said it doesn't feel like you're journeying yet, or like you're, I think I said, I don't remember what I said. I told pile number 2, and I'm going to tell you guys, I am in this process of really, when I do these readings, I do everything in my power to not let myself filter through my ego, which is what lets me have the human experience. But then that can mix my own personal experiences into these things. So what I do is I try everything in my power to just channel what comes through without second guessing it, without thinking it through, okay? So what that means is most of the time I'm very prone to forgetting what I say because it comes through for you, and I'm not trying to latch onto it, because attachment is ego. Does that make sense? So I don't remember what I said before, but I feel like I'm having like a deja vu like feeling for some reason of something I said. But anyways, this decision has to do with like going on an inner journey of some kind, the decision energy in the air. Depending on what choice A and choice B is going to unveil to us and what the choices are you have at stake, the theme here I can definitely see has a lot to do with how you're building your foundation right now, pile number 3. This decision kind of is like the determining factor of how you have a sense of safety inside yourself, is what I'm hearing, or how to develop the word safety in your life right now. There is something here that doesn't feel safe, but it wears the mask of seeming safe to you. But the mask is a mask that you're putting on yourself. I'm hearing you put it on yourself every day when you ... I don't know what that means. So if that resonates, write it down, fill in the blanks, because you know what I'm talking about if it did. I feel called to cut the deck, so I am going to do that. I feel called to look at this. I don't know what this is. Okay, so we have the Tower in reverse here. Oh, okay. Resisting change, averting disaster, avoiding tragedy, delaying the inevitable, avoiding loss. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You're putting it on yourself. You don't want to see it. You don't want to see what's happening. Okay, I think now is where we need to see choice A and choice B. Because remember when I said too much protection? It feels like you're doing that a little bit too much for yourself, because it's hard to look at the truth. Like what's for your best intentions, what's best for you. Do you have like trouble putting yourself first? You don't want to lose what you built. There's something here about like
I just hear like there's this energy or this essence that keeps coming through in my field, and it's like a do not understand that what I'm about to say is not meant to trigger you or piss you off, but actually technically if it does trigger you, then maybe there is a wound that needs to be looked at. The things that trigger us are the things that we're meant to bring eyes to and attention to. They're trying to tell us something. Because I keep sensing desperation. Like there's this energy of desperation in the field. And as I said that, I got a swift headache just like shoot at my head. So energetically, I know it's hard to share those things. Maybe even me sharing it out loud is manifesting the negative energy around me right now because I am feeling like a strong pressure on my head. And it's around my forehead. So it's like, you know, when someone's like thinking and they place their hand like on their head when it gets hot, or they're like, oh my God, like they're just like, they have their hand on their head. That's what I'm picturing the stance, or they're both of their hands like palms in your head. They're leaning into your head, like not sure what to do. There's an insecurity here of acting like you don't know what to do when you already have all the answers. And this decision energy has a lot to do with you choosing yourself or not, really. Okay, let's get some more details. So now that we see what's going on here, we're going to stack everything on top a little bit more because I feel like Source is asking me to keep these where they are, and we are going to pile it up. Feels like this might have something to do with choice A and choice B, but we'll see, okay? I'm just going with how Source wants me to do things today for you guys. So choice A is going to be here. We're just laying them on top of everything. And choice B is here. All right. Let us do this to get even more understanding. So what is choice A in front of pile number 3 at this moment? Or whenever they come across this video. What is choice A in front of pile number 3, regardless of when they are watching this video? Okay, so choice A's placement is publicity, the keyword, with Jupiter in Leo. Jupiter being the suit of gain. It is in the 5th house, and Leo is about creative self-expression. So here is the image with this card, and we're going to read the description together. An angel reaches and touches the stars. She is publicity, carrying the flag and spreading fame far and wide. She circles the small globe of the earth, containing the 4 elemental colors: red fire, green earth, yellow air, and blue water. Red, green, yellow, and blue. This is giving me like magician energy as well. And then it's relating it back to the hero and heroine energy. Okay, let me write this down. Give me a second. So I'm just writing it down somewhere else. Give me a sec. So we have Jupiter in Leo with the keyword publicity in the 5th house. Okay. So let's place that here. We're just laying things on top of each other, okay? This doesn't mean this is for choice A, and this doesn't mean it's like the cards, okay? Now let's get choice B so we can put the booklet away. So what is choice B in front of pile number 3, regardless of when they watch this video? What is choice B in front of pile 3, regardless of when they watch this video? Okay. So for choice B, we have Mars in Sagittarius with the keyword domination, the 9th house, Mars being the suit of action. Sagittarius is optimism and adventure. And here is the picture, and the description is: 2 naked young men wrestle in a field outside a solid looking house. House came through. One has forced the other into a yielding position to the point of defeat. Above the three symbols of the great religion are above them are the three symbols of the great religions descended from the prophet Abraham. Okay. Domination, Mars in Sagittarius, ninth house energy. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think I'm getting this. Mars in Sagittarius, ninth house, domination. Okay. There is definitely energies that I am understanding, and how they differ is making a lot of sense to me now. We have the suit of gain and we have the suit of action. But here's where it gets interesting. It seems to me, pile number 3, that there is something here that you're being called out on by a source or your higher self, where there is like a thing about choosing yourself here that keeps coming through. And I don't know if you are in a situation right now where feel like you are under the influence of somebody else, or if there is another person in the picture, you can sense like you can't, like, I don't know if you're having or have been having, maybe pile number 3, like gut feelings or like weird iffy feelings when things don't like sit right. Maybe certain things that this person might be saying to you, it just doesn't feel right. Or like you can't tell if their intentions are sincere or the best for you. But it just seems as if, based off of the decision energy that we dived into, there is like a choice. The choices in front of you have to do with like letting someone else reign over your parade, basically, or like go do what you want, handle it regardless of what anyone thinks. But I'm thinking about this Knight of Cups in reverse that you had. There's a lack of heart here. That's what I keep trying to like figure out. There's like this feeling of like lack of heart, or like you're not being honest with yourself when it comes to these two choices. Like these two choices you have are saying you choose yourself or you let this person take over, or let them save you instead of you saving yourself. There's like this weird entrapment energy here. And it's holding you back from seeing lessons or experiencing certain lessons that you haven't been able to experience because of how well protected you've been from seeing truths or certain things. Like I'm hearing all things that glitter aren't gold. What's under here wants to be seen. Queen of Cups with nurturing upright. Yeah, like there's this feeling of a lack of honoring your truth. And with choice A, it seems to me like with Jupiter in Leo, it feels like one of the choices might be a little bit too much for you. And so like you try not to even acknowledge that there's choice in the matter of like the situation you're in. And it can get a little bit overwhelming. I don't know, when it comes to you like choosing yourself or figuring out what to do for yourself or lead, it can get like overwhelming for you, or too serious. I don't know what this energy is that I keep sensing. Maybe you're a little bit too extreme when you choose yourself, to the point where like maybe there's other people trying to choose you too and then you cut them out. Maybe that's why, because it seems like these choices aren't fully aligned with your heart. They're more so like, is A or B the most practical thing for you? It feels like Source is like trying to reveal a couple of things to you, like not just one, when it comes to these choices, and when it comes to the overall decision and choice that is aligned with your desired future. Like it feels like Source is trying to show you things layer by layer. So what we're gonna do because of that is continue to add more depth and insight into both choices now. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna lay these cards on top of here and then on top of here. So we're gonna be looking at choice A first, We're going to be using my Yin Oracle, my past life deck, along with my Soul Lessons Journey deck here. And we're going to see what is the driving factors to choice A for you. So what is driving choice A for pile number 3? What is driving choice A for pile number 3? Okay, I have my eyes closed. So we have 2. And then we have the back of the deck, twin flames. Okay. So we have, what the heck? That's crazy. So much love life stuff, reunion, soul ties, until debt tear us apart, contracts, career, commitments, Saturn on the corner. That is so interesting. Okay. This did land over here. We do have twin flames. Should I have left it there? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Okay. What is driving choice A for pile number 3? What is driving choice A for pile number 3, regardless of when they watch this video? What is driving choice A? Okay, so we have peace and death. Oh, okay. Okay, I think I understand this. Back, and then peace and red and blue make purple. And there were so many third eyes. I don't think you guys saw it when I was showing you the cards. So many third eye chakra cards. Most of them were in reverse. And the third eye chakra is associated with like indigo, I believe. Back of the deck is change. I understand that nothing can grow or evolve without movement. Yeah, it seems like that's what's happening because Jupiter is the planet of expansion. So it's always like growing. It's a gas giant in the air. And then we got, again, peace and death. Peace saying, I am a being of love and I release all negative energy. And then death, I am learning that endings are merely beginnings. It seems like a lot of this choice A has to do with is choosing yourself. But that is the scary part because it's going to be new and it's going to feel scary. But this is karmic. It was essential to happen. And now I understand why Saturn came through. It was karmic. Yeah, it's the planet of karma and twin flames. Okay. I'm understanding this now. Let us add the final deck setup here, and then we'll continue adding into the rest of choice A. And I think it's really helping me add clarity here. So what's driving choice A for pile number 3? What's driving choice A for pile number 3? Okay. So I'm looking at the cards that came out and only the words that are upright. So directly above house, we have exile, esoteric. Okay, so those are the ones that are catching my eye. If some of you guys did feel drawn to pile number 2 along with pile number 3, I think this is where you got what you needed from here, and source is asking me to tell you to go to pile 2, okay? Because we have 2 E words here, and there was something to do with E words in pile 2. So we have exile, esoteric, crusades, and inquisition. Power is the lesson. Trauma, exile, crusades, and inquisition. Okay. And then right here underneath it, we have abandonment, love, ethical religion, devotee or follower. Okay. I think I'm understanding this now. What's driving choice A is your desire to want to put you first. And this is very new.
It feels like it's something that you're not used to at all, but you know is the time to do it. There's this feeling of like once you begin, it'll get easier, but you keep like stalling or reminiscing, or there's like residual energy here. And I think that's why I kept feeling like you haven't started the journey yet, but it's like commencing for you through the choice you make moving forward. It feels as if the drive to do this is because you used to deal with not being heard a lot, either growing up or in the situation you're in that has led to this decision energy happening in front of you. Like, you were always put in the corner and like told to like kind of like keep your mouth shut, or no one really believed you. Like, there's this feeling of not being heard, not being seen, not being understood, just feeling belittled or unimportant, insignificant, too quiet, too tamed, timid in nature. Like, there's this weird, very reserved perhaps. Like, I don't know if that was something that was you were taught to do, be like reserved or in nature, or there's a lot of different paths that this reading can take. So just make sure you plug in what I'm sharing into your current and specific individual situation, okay, guys? Because it does feel like there's so many different ways, and now I get why I keep like pausing and I'm like, what's going on? Because the energy is a little bit all over the place here. And now I understand why. It's because maybe a lot of you guys ended up clicking on pile 3. But what I can say for certainty is that a lot of you guys are on this experience moving through. You have a choice right now to stop letting other people call the shots for you or tell you what's best for you. Stop looking for answers outside of you, or start listening to yourself more. Start understanding that you have more ideas than you realize. You have more abilities than you realize. You are capable of a lot more than you realize. Oh my God, I just cut the deck randomly, energetically, and I got self-love, creation, and intentions. So yeah, gratitude, present, and then I wanted to get this, what is here? Thoughts and isolating. Okay. So, sorry, I'm just fixing this. It just feels like there is too much doubt before you even started. And that really, I think, is the thing holding you back, but it's also the thing that led to this choice get driven into action and become a thing, because it was like you're kind of destined to go down this route. It's just a matter of when you start, when you decide enough is what I'm hearing. Because now let's look, we're going to go into choice B, okay? So with that, we're going to get this deck, get that deck, and we're going to move into choice B now. So you guys better have been taking notes if anything here is confusing to you. Okay. What is driving choice B for pile number 3? Whenever they come across this video, what is driving choice B for pile number 3? Whenever they come across this. Okay. What do we have? Oh my gosh. Why do we have so many? Okay. Source is telling me not to take this. These are all upright. Source wants me to take them. Okay. Back of the deck is Ace, Water, Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio. And then I saw, did you guys see that? Something said Storm. Okay, so I'm gonna like keep that in mind. It said Storm in the back while I was showing you this. Beliefs. Storm beliefs. Oh. Brainwashing, manipulation. Did I say that earlier? Like manipulation? I don't remember. Okay, let's keep this here. So let's look at these cards that just came upright like this. So what's driving choice B? We have guarded, vulnerability, guilt and sabotage, memories and nostalgia, trust, and divine time. I get it now. Okay.
I'm getting this. Because I kept hearing this earlier, but I didn't know how to say it. Some of you guys might even feel like you've been trying to fix somebody and you don't want to leave them. Like, you're in a situation where maybe being in it isn't like good for you either, and you know that. And maybe there's nothing you're even gaining, but maybe the other person's gaining a lot. And it drains the F out of you, but you don't know why you don't want to leave. Like, I don't know if you get what I'm saying by that. Like, you know it's not good, but at the same time, it's like you can't help yourself but stay. And that's how it feels like this person has a hold over you. It feels like you're the one filling their cup up for them. And what's driving it is your big freaking heart. The mama bear. Now I get why bear energy came through. You never had somebody that tried to help you in the way that you try to help others. So your love language has a lot to do with showing up in that regard. And so it's like, you know that person can stay loyal to you forever. It's weird. It's like a double-edged sword. You fear abandonment, I think, pile number 3. At least that's what I'm sensing. And this might be something that you might not even be aware of in terms of a wound yet. This is something that how I'm picturing it is something that's like, it's piled up with like a lot of other things. So the main source might have to do with fear of abandonment, but that's something you would have to like explore in like your roots, uproot like your past and stuff, you know, like chakra healing stuff, what I do with my work. But with that, it feels as if because of that, you try to do everything in your power subconsciously when you're in certain connections that you find important to you, to show up, to fix things, to be the best you possibly can. And the only reason why you do that, though, is because even if you know, like, this thing doesn't work out, like, they might have your back. Like, there's this weird dichotomy, like, of an energy here where it's like you think the things you're doing, like, right now are benefiting you in the long run when they're really not, because your shadow self or something is, like, trying to say, like, this is what I have to do to survive right now. Does that make sense? Even though, like, choice A is here for the grabs. And it's always been. That's what I'm hearing. This was always an option in your situation that is aligned with your desired future. But now I get why. Remember, I was like so confused when I started your reading at first, and you could see how I was kind of struggling trying to pick. It felt like I was just getting like a breadcrumb here and there of like information. So now I'm really getting this well. And there's just a lot of guilt. It's this feeling of just believing that you'll know when to leave, but this isn't something you're going to know when to leave, pile number 3. I'm being honest with you. Maybe this reading is the thing that's going to help, but it feels like this is something that you need to just choose to willingly without someone telling you to. This person gets a lot of advantages when you stay, or this situation you're in gets a lot of advantages when you stay in it, if it doesn't have to do with a person. I'm going to add more, right? So we're going to keep shuffling. What is driving choice B for pile number 3, regardless of when they are watching this video? What is driving choice B for pile number 3? Okay, back of the deck. Oh my God. So the card that lands on top of guilt and nostalgia and memories is pride. I love myself and I see myself in everyone. That's the heroism thing. And then we have denial. I acknowledge my fear, but I replace it with the insight of awareness. Exactly, but you haven't been doing that in this situation because you needed the courage to. And my heart. How this landed, though, is just crazy. Now we had denial. Like, I want you guys to keep that in mind. You do take great pride in how you show up for others in your love language. You know that, like, no one could replace you in a million years, and you know that. But it's like, you use that to your defense for people not to leave you. And you're going to stay stuck in this reality if you go with choice B. But
What's driving this choice to even exist is because it's been your reality for a long time already. This isn't a choice here. This is what's been happening. Source is showing you the choice in front of you that's aligned with your desired future. You got to make it though, pile number 3. Now I understand what's going on. That's why it's a little confusing. It was confusing, but now we're getting there. We got it now. Okay, just so you guys can see the cards. Okay, let's get the final little deck out here for what's driving your choice B. So what is driving choice B for pile number 3? Regardless of when they watch this video, what is driving choice B for pile number 3? Okay. Back of the deck, beneficiary. Beneficiary. Oops. Now it says Good Samaritan. Yeah, like you, oh my God, that's what I keep saying, like mama bear energy. But then under it, right, it slipped out of me. That was the back of the deck. We have corruption. But that's the truth, the corruption. Okay. So what landed upright in between trust and divine timing with pride, age of Atlantis, young male, abuse of technology. Are you waiting for somebody else outside of you? Or are you using pick a card readings to tell you when to leave? When to do this? Are people telling you that the relationship will get better? Are people telling you that things will get fixed? It feels like you think you have it under control. I'm so sorry. Like I just got like a channeled energy of like feeling like a lot of you guys are feeling like really called out right now. And I just want to hold space. Like I love you guys so much from the bottom of my heart. Everything I do on my channel, if you're new, like just know that this is a very trauma-informed space, but everything that I share here, you know, it's between you and me, obviously. And I talk the way I talk about these things because I understand. I understand what you guys are going through. You know, I got mama bear energy. I literally have a carving of the totem animal, a bear. So it's really trippy. And that's why I was like, is my ego getting involved here? But this is your energy, guys. But I can see myself in you in some way. Like how we're all a collective. We're all connected, interconnected, sisters and brothers or whatevers. And fairies, I don't know, whoever you want to be. And it just seems to me like the fear has got such a big grasp over you that you want to believe that you have much more control over the situation than you realize. But at the end of the day, pile number 3, you need to remember, you can't control other people's choices. Everyone has choice in their situations. Everyone has free will, right? So we could try to make people see things. We could try to show them the way. But that it's like you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. Like you can't pressure someone into healing. You can't pressure someone into changing for you or being different or doing things better. They need to want those things for themselves. You can only be a good role model for it, but you aren't when you're not choosing yourself. Drop mic moment. So these cards landed on top of each other on vulnerability and guarded. Oh my God. Rock bottom. Poverty, Eastern Europe, ethical religion, early modern age, gluttony, dementia. Okay. Give me a second to sit with this because, like I said, there's fear of abandonment here. That's what's driving choice B, or your reality right now. Staying the same. You've been circling the drain of your rock bottom right now, and you're not letting yourself see the truth. I don't know why, but I feel extremely called to share this with you guys, for you, pile, because if this is what I was sharing about picket cards and like someone told you outside of yourself when it's going to get better, I just want to tell you something because when I first started my channel, I had to do a lot of like research on different people that do similar niches as mine. And I actually started, this is going to apply to you guys. But I'm just explaining the backstory a little so you guys get why I'm saying this and so you don't think it's coming from a place of like me trying to say I'm better. I swear. I don't do that here, ever. I had a YouTube coach that my fiance gifted to me to help me and my channel grow when I first started. And the coach gave me some great, priceless things. Very grateful for him and the things he's taught me. Had taught me because I actually stopped working with him before the thing even ended.
So technically I could still work with him, but I just don't think we align anymore, and I don't think I need it anymore, the offering. So I feel like everything you share with me technical wise was great, but then there came a point where I was working so hard to provide for everyone else because I was scared of not being seen, the algorithm not catching me, all this and that, right? And so he's teaching me how to surf through YouTube and look at my competitors, understand like what everyone else is doing. And so let's apply this to picket cards because that's at one point something I had to do. I never wanted to do love readings, okay? I'm not into them because I feel like they are excessively used and people take advantage of it. I used to be a psychic on platforms online like Everclear and what was the other one? Some other thing. I forgot. I was on multiple. That was during like COVID when I had to make like money remotely. But then I hated it. I so disliked it. I was great at my job, had great reviews, but the thing that sucked is the fact that I had to charge people by the minute, right? And most of the time, I had repeat clients that would show up once a day, and I've even had clients stay on the phone with me for 2 hours straight because they kept asking the same question, but they just wanted reassurance in different wordings. People take advantage of things that are aligned with the heart, okay? And so I want to make it very clear. If you have been one of those people, and the reason why I'm saying this, when I was searching through my competition for picket cards, and I sent him back my like findings because it was part of like my assignment working with my coach, he looked at it, the list, and he was like, dude, like, it is crazy how so many people are weaponizing love readings on YouTube right now. They are literally, they made it a weapon. They make people reach to the most desperate moments when they're terrified of getting hurt, rejected, abandoned, right? Because these feelings are intense and they come from family, familial upbringing, childhood wounds, trauma, you name it. And people take advantage of that because sometimes we can't get enough of hearing the right answers. And so we're going to hear one reading, but because we're so scared and we know we can't control someone else's actions, we're going to listen to another, and then a third, and then a fourth, and then a fifth. And it feels like energetically, like maybe some of you guys were caught in some sort of situation like that, or this could be about something else, like trying to just find information on something, but you couldn't hear the first one as like the truth, and you didn't want to trust it enough, so you kept excessively like analyzing or overanalyzing something. It feels like that was the case for you guys. And so you keep just trying to trust because that's what you keep hearing about it. And I don't know, it feels like you guys fell victim to it, but now you're like circling the drain. This can even just be like overly fantasizing the idea that, you know, it can't be bad forever. There's just this feeling of like someone got you wrapped around their fingers right now. And that could be from that sense of control. It could be someone who's a narcissist in your life, but you just feel bad for them and you're trying to help them overcome that. But my love, oh my God, pile number 3, if any of you guys are going through this, please like know you're not alone. I have escaped narcissism in my own upbringing as well. So please feel free to comment down below. Know this is a safe space, and everything you are feeling called to share, you are welcome to. You are loved, you are supported. No judgment here, judgment-free zone. But you're not supposed to let yourself suffer through it, my love. You're not here to fix anyone else's problems. You hear the word fix? You can be a role model, but you're not supposed to be a caretaker. So I hope what I shared kind of helped you guys, because I felt called to share it for a reason, and now my mind just went blank. So I think that's time for us to see like what the future of each choice creates if you choose like choice A or stick with choice B, okay? So I'm just gonna move these cards here and let us do that together. And we're gonna do this by pulling out some tea leaf cards for each of choice A and choice B. So what is the future that choice A creates for pile number 3? What future does choice A create for pile number 3, regardless of when they watch this video? What future does choice A create for pile number 3? Okay, back of the deck wants to be seen here. We have Valley. Oh my God, this is so beautiful. Deep personal strength and peace that assure success. Deep personal strength and peace that assure success. P, the letter P for some reason was standing out to me. But A, B, C, D, U, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Okay, 16, Tower card. Oh, sorry, I was trying to see what number in the alphabet is, where the letter P is in the alphabet, and it's the 16th letter, I believe. And that was using in my fingers, so that's the Tower card, breakthrough. And that would be upright. Deep personal strength and success. I mean, deep personal strength and peace that assures success, but you got to go through the valley. Okay, that's for the future. Here, so we shuffled that one pile of the T cards, but we still have one more. What future does choice A create for pile number 3, regardless of when they watch this video? What future does choice A create for pile number 3? Okay. We got a couple. Back of the deck here, beware of greed. Pig. What's interesting to me is that this doesn't seem like a bad card because the pig is reminding me of my little pig crystal I have, and that they symbolize abundance. And the pig, for some reason, to me, is standing out for Jupiter. Because pigs literally symbolize abundance. Like, look it up. But pig, the sign of the pig, or like the boar or something, I think, in Chinese astrology, they do deal with greed or like stubbornness. Like wanting to put themselves first a little bit too much. So maybe that's something you'll have to overcome through here, but look at the rest of the cards. We have dolphin, lily, mule, and scales. Oh, there we go. So pig, beware of greed. Let's start here. So I started reading it this way. I'm just reading it in order. So we have dolphin. Financial gain usually coming from something you did in the past. Lily, spiritual love. Mule, someone is extremely stubborn and unwilling to change. And scales, keep your life in balance. It seems to me like this future that choice A takes you down is starting to put you first, yeah. But aside from that, there's this energy. I feel like the mule isn't you. It feels like the mule is the situation from choice B. Because you see there's a hand pulling on like the rope. They're trying to pull them back. And it feels like that's your hand trying to pull this thing with you towards this route, but they're not going to budge, and you know that. And so you're being called to remember to keep your life in balance because of it, but you're going to be able to when you do this, or you go this route. It feels like this is the soul-aligned one, like the lily comes through here to give you that confirmation along with the dolphin. I'm just looking at the cards, guys. I do feel called to cut this pile, so I am going to. So we have cobweb. Cobweb, protected from negative forces beyond your control. Oh, I get it. So the pig, beware of greed, is here because through this path, you're going to be able to protect yourself better, protect your energy, protect your resources better. You're going to have an ability to like know how much to put in, or you're going to go through like a journeying of learning how to do it. Does that make sense? Like there's going to be trial and error on this journey with choice A because you know, this still feels like extremely, extremely new to you. Like this doesn't feel like something you've been consistently learning just yet. Everything we talked about so far, pile number 3. I said 1, sorry. Maybe some of you guys felt drawn to 1. So maybe that's your sign to start there. But here, it just feels like you guys, this is a journey that is helping you continue to grow to get to a point where everything is in harmony for you. And you're going to be able to get to reach a point where you show up for yourself in ways you never were able to if you stayed where you were. And with the keyword publicity and Jupiter in Leo, I feel like you're even going to be able to break some sort of like generational trauma or curse on your something like ancestral lineage, cultural, something here where people never put themselves first, chose themselves first, did something for themselves. Like you're rebelling through this and you're going to set a really cool example for others to come down the road. I don't know what that has to do with like your lineage, your line. I don't know what it is, but you're like going to inspire others through taking this path. That's something that's coming through very, very, very strongly. Okay, so with that, we're going to leave these here. And we are now going to shuffle the rest of the tea leaves for choice B. Okay, so what future does choice B create for pile number 3? What future does choice B create for pile number 3? Back of the deck is June. June may have a significance to you. I'm just going to leave it there for now. We're going to keep shuffling because I didn't do the other set. What future does choice B create for pile number 3? What future does choice B create for pile number 3? Okay. I have my eyes closed. Those are a lot of cards. And the back of the deck here is Firecracker, Excitement. Yeah, Firecracker makes sense. Because it does feel like firecracker moments. It's very intense. And that kind of reminds me of Mars and Sagittarius, like firecracker energy. Okay, June. Maybe June may have significance here. So just apply the June terminology however you see fit. So these landed out here. This landed here on top of Pride. This landed at rock bottom, and this landed above everything. Forest is upright, so we're going to look at that first. It says Forest, muddled, unclear thinking, which is what I feel like this has been keeping you stuck in. That's why you haven't taken a step yet. Because you're so scared to release this thing. On rock bottom, we have Barrel. You feel something is lacking in your life. Perhaps love, money, or goals. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're not getting anything from this. But they are. And then we have Mice. And that's on top of everything. So I think that's overall energy of choice B. Discord among friends or family. And then, don't forget we still have 3 over here. I know you guys can't see it on the camera angle, my bad. On top of Pride, we had Elephant. A long journey, either physical or mental, will leave you wiser at the end. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're here and you're gonna eventually come here, but it's a matter of when you choose to go here. And like, it can save you a headache. And I feel like that's why you got this reading, pile number 3, and you felt drawn to it if you're still listening to this point. Now, these 3 tea leaves want to be read together. And that's the thing, though. Like, you don't want to believe that choice A even exists now. You want to think that this is going to work itself out. It will. Maybe not in the way that you want it to, because I don't think it will. But you're going to learn. Like, regardless of what you decide to do, like, I keep hearing that the ball is in your court. Like, your higher self is not going to force you to do anything, but you're going to learn whether you want to or not. So
it's like, even if you decide to stay where you are, pile number 3, you're gonna get out of it in some way, shape, or form, somehow through letting it unravel and take its course. So the final 3 tea leaf cards we got is all together. We're gonna reveal them. Actually, let's do it like this. Yeah. All right. We have bird perched, waiting for news, package, or letter. Coins, money will be coming to you, and younger woman, dealings or relationship with a younger woman. I do not know. I'm trying to think. Maybe you did get some sort of information, and that's what you're waiting on to make the decision. Maybe this is kind of hinting at that. Because there was something about trust and divine timing here, and I was telling you, like, it feels like people were just telling you things to get you excited. I feel like you're going to get the clarity you need. I feel like this is telling us about the clarity you reach. So you can reach it, but it's going to take longer to reach than, like, if you were to choose choice A now, basically, it's quicker. You learned this. Remember I said karmic? There's something karmic here. This is karmic, like you're in the midst of some sort of karmic thing. And you can go through it quicker. I don't know. Honestly, I think this is where we just move into your higher self's guidance. Maybe your higher self is going to tell us about this freaking mess and help us get more clarity on everything. Okay? So we are going to get I actually felt called for you guys, pile 3, to use my Archangel Power Tarot cards, so we're going to use them. And then also my Clarify Life Situations cards. So we're just going to place them on top of everything. Discord among family and friends. Okay. So let us get the tarot out. So what is pile number 3's higher self's guidance regarding this entire thing? What is pile number 3's higher self's guidance regarding this entire thing? Okay, so we have overlying energy. These 3 want to be laid out like this. Back of the deck is 8 of Gabriel. I will show you. 8 of Gabriel. I think this is the 8 of Wands. Okay. A great deal of activity, sudden and immediate results, important communication. We're going to move this, put this here, and we're going to get these and just going to do this. All right. So, do these all land upside down? No. Okay, this one landed in reverse, and we're going to go with it. We have number 12, perspective, with Archangel Camiel. So I believe this is the Hanged Man. There's a better way, pause for reflection and insight, dare to be different, but this came in reverse. So the Hanged Man in reverse. So maybe, that's interesting. Okay. Next up, we have the Chariot. Sorry, I'm making this focus. The Chariot, Archangel Metatron, determination and self-control, career advancement, acknowledgement of success by others. Maybe this is like workplace situation. And then lastly, we have the Wheel of Fortune with Archangel Jeremiah. New beginnings, end of delays, a change in direction that offers happiness. That's what it felt like is happening here, whether you want it to or not. Like, this is destined. Okay. Are you going to let them have this much control over you? Because in reality, they don't unless you let them. Okay, this card landed sideways, so I do believe that we have to take into account reversal energy and upright energy. We have the Nine of Gabriel. Stay determined and move forward. Be prepared for any possibility. Environmental activism. This is the Nine of Wands. Yep. Okay. All right, so we are also going to put on top of this, after I kind of share everything I'm seeing with the cards, clarifying life situations to add more messages and insight and depth and detail to the guidance from your higher self. But let us just look at what we have now. Pile number 3, it seems as if the guidance that your higher self has for you regarding this entire situation you've been in the middle of is that the ball is in your court. Everything I'm saying has come out in the tarot, and it's that it is this is a turning point in your life. This is essential. You're going to learn it whether you want it to or not. It's just a matter of when, right? And I think that your higher self is literally showed up today, wanted you to get this reading. They put this pile set up for you, you ended up clicking on it because you were divinely led to see that there's an easier way out of this. There's a quicker way to learn this. There's a quicker way to experience this to the point where it's not gonna, I'm understanding now. You can learn it by staying where you are, but it's gonna eventually get so hard to the point where you're not going to want to trust anyone or anything that isn't yourself anymore. And it's going to be very hard to heal from that. I think that what's coming through is that you came into this pile and this became choices instead of this is what's going to happen eventually sort of reading, because you're being given the option to walk away gracefully now. You have an opportunity to kind of cut through this, not need to wait for somebody to or something to do something else for you, and to just make that decision on your own. Choose you fully in this moment and show up now. Because either or, there's going to be a journey. In either decision, whether you stay where you are or you go to choice A, there's going to be a journey, there's going to be perseverance, there's going to be resilience here. Nothing in anything of this situation is going to be easy. I'm going to be really honest with you. But the thing is that I can see you trying to get to something that is worth the wait. I feel like cutting the deck to this card. Disruption. Yep. It is worth the wait. You know it with intuition. So, and it is going to change things. But the thing is that at the end of the day, you'll know that you'll be aligned, your heart will be aligned, your mind will be aligned, and you'll be doing things for you, not just for them. Or I don't know, there's something here where the way you've been doing things isn't fully aligned with you, and you're just going with it, or you're making yourself think you have to be there. I don't know, there's a lot of manipulation energy here that keeps coming through. And I feel like now, this could be love life, but for some of you guys, maybe this is a career advancement. Maybe this is about you choosing yourself, your projects, your future first. And that's fair. That's not something bad or wrong. Or maybe this is about you stepping away and doing your own thing now. I don't know. There's just a lot of different messages that this can be applied to so many different situations. So again, apply this as you see fit into your situation. So we're going to now add in the clarifying life situations cards. But also, I do want to share that things are going to change for you, whether you want it to or not, okay? And I did say that a couple of times. It's just, you're getting an opportunity to do it on your terms, I guess. I think that's what's coming through. So we have the Flame of Courage that fell out while I was shuffling the clarifying life messages cards. Flame of Courage. Ignite the flame of courage, lighting the path of bravery amidst shadows of fear. That's what I'm saying. You're getting an opportunity to kind of do this in your own terms. Okay. Higher self's guidance for pile number 3. One more shuffle. Higher self's guidance for pile number 3. Okay. Back of the deck, go your own way. Literally, thanks, Source, couldn't have made this any clearer. Okay, trust your intuition and embrace individuality, paving your path with courage and authenticity. Literally, courage has came through your reading, strength, so many times, pain and protection. You're trying to protect yourself from it. So why are you feeling so guilty too? We have Harmony's call. Embrace equality and pursue justice, harmonizing the energies to manifest a balanced and just outcome. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're not getting this. You got the shorter end of the stick right now if you stay where you're at. And you're going to learn the hard way. Okay, this landed between the Wheel and the Chariot. We're just looking at the messages that are upright, by the way, if you haven't noticed. Web of connection. Weave your connections thoughtfully, creating a supportive web that uplifts your personal and professional journeys. Feels like there was a lack of that. But you're going to find someone. There might be someone. So it's like either or, like they're going to come and you're going to learn something. Spirit link. Stay aligned with your highest dreams and ideals to find success. You're literally being told to follow your heart right now. And then here, transform and rest. Transform and rise. Your journey of transformation unlocks vast potential, guiding your evolution to new heights. See, it feels like you're being called to go to choice A, pile number 3, but at the same time, you get to choose. That keeps coming through. It doesn't feel like your higher self is gonna write it out for you. It seems like at the end of the day, you're the one that controls your destiny and you're doing it as we speak. And honestly, with this, I do feel like some of you guys would get relief if you were to share your situation in the comments. With this card, I'm looking at it, it's looking back at me. I would love it if you guys can write pile 3. Feel free to share your situation. Share what's going on. I feel like some of you guys need like different perspectives from different people, and that could even be very helpful. I would love to. We should all like show up for each other in this moment. If anyone that picked pile 3 and they're still listening, like there's a reason why you're still here, and you never know, your story can help a lot of other people that pick pile 3. So if you feel called to, do it. But just know that you're loved and you're held in very high regard in my space, okay? Let me go to the next and final thing we're going to look at together, which is a grounded step forward that you can take right now. But before I do that, I'm looking at my jar of like channel messages from Source, and I am feeling called to use it. I didn't use it for any of the decks, but it feels like there is something that is not said yet that Source wants to say to you. So what is it? What is the final things for pile 3? Okay. Let's do it. So we have, I think, 3. Yep. Let's read. Capricorn lesson. Your emotions aren't a distraction, they are data. Use them wisely. Capricorn lesson. Your emotions aren't a distraction. They're data. Use them wisely. Okay. I'm going to let these sit on their own. This even makes sense. The peace you crave requires one honest boundary. The peace you crave requires one honest boundary. Okay. Maybe that's what choice A is all about, to apply to your current situation. Doing things this way where you start putting yourself first more and just make sure that you have that balance. Now I'm getting that too. And then lastly, we have Don't confuse your trauma's coping mechanism for your personality. Oof. Don't confuse your trauma's coping mechanism for your personality. Okay, as I looked up at my camera, I got the number 1331. Okay, 1331. So I highly recommend you guys write that down, look up the meaning. I'm actually going to do it for you because I feel called to. So give me 1 second. Okay, 1331. What does it mean spiritually? Okay, let's see what it means. Woo, 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 woo. Okay, so 13, a number of transformation endings and rebirth. It signals cycles closing so something new can emerge. It's tied to spiritual awakening, divine feminine energy, and karmic lessons. 31 is creativity, self-expression, and building new foundations. It suggests manifesting with optimism and trusting your inner voice. Yes. Mirror energy. Because numbers mirror each other and emphasizes balance, reflection, and alignment. You got balance a lot with the scale pictures coming out. Spirit may be showing that the querent, pile 3, is entering a stage where inner growth is mirrored in outer circumstances. Possible message. A shift or transformation is underway, old patterns breaking. Trust your intuition when creating or stepping into a new path. Pay attention to balance between giving and receiving or between spiritual and material aspects of life. A mirrored connection like a soulmate, twin flame, or karmic reflection could also be highlighted. Embrace transformation and trust that what's shifting is leading them toward a more authentic expression of self. Okay. Another thing that just came through reading that is this could also be about like work and you realizing like your worth and how much you've been giving and not receiving back. And so you're being called to start like putting yourself first and honoring your boundaries more in that regard as well. So I'm really glad that I did that extra little part for you guys. And what we're going to do now is to finish up your reading my beautiful pile number 3s is we're going to be getting a card out from my Sacred Creators deck, a card from my Soul Truth Self-Awareness deck, and an affirmation to wrap up your reading today. So what is a grounded step forward for pile number 3? Okay, that was quick. Back of the deck, bliss is worth creating from 7-8. Okay, manifesting and doing, number 59. Adding to 14, which is like temperance energy, right? Manifesting and doing. I like the colors here. Okay, we're going to get that booklet out, but I'm just going to finish getting the other cards out. What is the card for pile number 3 to walk away with this reading? Pile number 3. Pile number 3. Okay, I guess you guys have 3 affirmations and a Soul Truth Self-Awareness card. What is a grounded step forward for pile number 3 regarding everything that we dove into today? Back of the deck, on whom am I placing blame right now? I guess maybe that wanted to come through. All right. So I love that these all fell upside, facing down, because we're going to look at the booklet here first. So, sorry if I seem to be moving it excessively over here. It's because the little square that makes my camera focus is stuck over here and I don't know why. Like I gotta like fix my camera. Something's up with it. Okay, so we're going to number 59. So, essential meanings: making things happen, changing your life, consistent practice, communicating your intention, manifesting miracles, tapping into your intelligent heart, doing half the work, believing it needs to be hard, not trusting in your creator abilities, hoping for busy instead of happy. Trying to manifest without doing the actual work. That's what I'm saying. Today's complexity is an illusion. Actualizing desire doesn't have to be difficult or elaborate. It doesn't need to take years to unlock, and it certainly isn't meant to be restricted to a few lucky individuals. As a creator soul, it is your birthright to learn how to shape your reality, manifest this wish, and forge your future. Your will, your desire, and your action are natural manifestation tools that you've been gifted. So use them. Be consistent. Focus on this blessing. Take action. Align your energetic thought patterns with the desires in your heart and allow it to be easy. Don't get so caught up in rules that may trap you into thinking you don't know how to do this properly. This card is here to remind you that you are a brilliant manifester and that you can accomplish this. Put your energy into doing the actual thing and creating, because you're already ready and already healed and already on the cusp of bringing this miracle into your life. Form your intention with certainty and clarity and let it pour out of your intelligent heart. The universe is listening now. Here are some things that I would think is best for you to screenshot, pause this video if you need to. I'll still read them out loud. How often do you allow your dreams to settle into the magical manifesting center of your heart? Imagine a tiny version of your future, and then let it expand out your chest with gratitude and joy. Do you tell others about your plans and ideas? Are you speaking your vision to life? Who are your accountability partners? How are you tracking the doing part of the equation? What announcement could you make now that would help to inject energy into your plans? I like this. That's cool. It seems like I said, there's so many ways this reading could have been interpreted, but it showed another one here. Okay, that was beautiful. Next up, before we read the affirmations to close up for you guys, we have the Soul Truth Self-Awareness card, and it is, what excuses am I making right now? No more waiting. There will never be a good enough time. The time is now. Today's soul action. If it's important enough to you, you will find a way. Today, make a decision and do it even if you don't feel ready. Listen to your heart. You will be led. And the affirmations we have for you to finish up that Source wants you to take away from this reading moving forward. The universe has my back. You are protected. The universe has my back. There is nothing sexier than my authentic truth. There is nothing sexier than my authentic truth. And lastly, energy flows where my intention goes. Energy flows where my intention goes. Pile number 3. This was a very complex, detailed situation. And my brain felt like it was jumping over hurdles to understand what was going on. And at one point, I feel like there were so many messages coming through. And then after I said everything I had to say, it just felt like it kept repeating itself in different ways. So I really, really hope that you were able to get what you needed out of this reading. With that in mind, if this reading did resonate in any way, shape, or form, please let me know down in the comments. Feel free to share your story. Like I said earlier, I'm all ears. If you do feel like you are craving community in your life right now of any like-minded individuals that are here for self-growth, more deep healing, and just trying to understand themselves better, become their own inner healers and superheroes in life, feel free to sign up for the waiting list I've created for virtual, up-and-coming virtual healing circles, gatherings, events, and workshops that are going to be all healing-focused things. It can range all the way from neuroscience, learning how to rewire your brain to release self-sabotage, all the way to learning how to use your natal chart and astrology to dive into deeper self-discovery and understand your wounds and core trauma sources. So
there's a lot of different things that I'm going to be diving into, and I have a lot of tricks and plans up my sleeve that I'm so excited to share with you guys. But to be informed on it, you will have to sign up on the waitlist, okay? I'm just trying to get enough people that are interested so I can actually start making Zoom sessions, like a real virtual worldwide thing, accessible for you guys and put them on a schedule for myself. So feel free, you're going to find it in my description box below to the link. It's going to take you to the form to fill out. You're going to see a big checklist of different options of healing modalities and tools that I'm going to plan on diving into. And you can literally tell me, you can literally handpick, my beautiful soul, the exact topics that you want to be informed on, okay? And I will just send you emails whenever there is an up and coming event. So if you are interested in that, feel free to check in the description box. If not, again, thank you so much for showing up for yourself. This reading was for you. It was never for me. It was always for you, my love. And if you were able to make it to the end, give yourself an applause, because not a lot of people are willing to sit here and listen to the very end to do this type of work for themselves. If you even took notes, A+++. Because again, a lot of people don't even do that. They just want the answer now, and they don't even put in the work to get there. Okay? So you're doing it, and I'm proud of you. I send you so much unconditional love, and hopefully I will see you in my other readings to come. Bye.